Okay, good morning. Today is, oh, we're on air. Great. Today is Thursday, January 29th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of January. If you would please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
All right, at this time, I would like to remind anyone coming to the podium to speak. We ask that you speak directly into the microphone, make sure the green light is on, and speak as clearly as possible as this meeting is being transmitted electronically and being transcribed. And the record should reflect that We see Commissioner Krolicki. We see you. Good morning on the screen.
Good morning,
Um,
Madam Chair.
So Madam Secretary, if we could please proceed with our first agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
All right, anyone who wishes to address the commission in public comment may do so at this time. Matters brought to our attention during public comment cannot be acted upon, but we are happy to hear the comments of the public as well as any from my fellow commissioners. Comments by all will be limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If any of my fellow commissioners or myself ask any questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not be held against those time constraints. If you have any handouts or copies of your comments, please provide them to the agent and do not approach the dais with them. At this time, I'm going to go to Carson City. Is there anyone present in Carson City wishing to make public comment? It appears
I
there
don't
is
see
no.
anyone.
Okay, thank you. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Glenn Hunsucker, Hunsucker. I ask that you stop using the terms gambling addiction and gambling problem when referring to someone who loses in a casino, because casinos can affect the outcome of a game by using tapered cards. This is no longer gambling. This is fraud disguised as gambling. If all of you are going to continue covering up this casino fraud, the least you can do is recognize the proper definition of the word gambling. Thank you.
Is there anyone else present that wishes to make public comment?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Gustavo Enrique Perez. Born and raised here in Vegas, going for 37 years this September. I've seen a lot of growth and expansion in my beautiful city of Las Vegas. Having both my parents worked union jobs and are now retired, I would like to have the same job security, same outcome, not only for me, but for my family. I've been working at Green Valley Ranch Resort Spa and Casino as a bartender for almost 10 years. I love serving our locals, getting to know our locals, making memories, giving them the same experience they would get on the strip, but better at Station Casino's properties. But I feel all of Las Vegas Strip is union, so why not the 4th largest gaming company in Las Vegas? Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a copy of your comments you wish to leave? Okay. Our agent will take them from you. Thank you.
Good morning, Ira Giannon for the Culinary Union, DUYANEN. My comments this morning are about the loss of housing, loss of security, and loss of health of Station Casino's employees. Station Casinos faces one of the largest labor law enforcement actions in U.S. history. This law enforcement case involves thousands of employees across 10 casinos. Here are some examples from public comments this body has heard before about the perils faced by station employees, many of whom spent years working their way up to a secure rank only to have it taken away, and all who suffered violations of their rights as provided by U.S. labor law. An A-list banquet server's family lost their house after 14 years of dedicated service. A dedicated A-lister lost a mortgage for a new home build after 14 years of dedicated service. Another lost a retirement plan when their layoff forced them to cash it out after 14 years of dedicated service. A full-time server lost the financial security that allowed her to care for her disabled mother after 14 years of dedicated service. A full-time cook's helper lost their higher wage and was demoted to a lower wage after 6 years of dedicated service. A full-time server lost their health and suffers from depression after 14 years of dedicated service. A dedicated server lost their job, was denied rehire, and was temporarily homeless after 20 years of dedicated service. These are the people that power that industry you regulate. The Culinary Union will never let station casinos get away with what it did to gaming industry workers during a national crisis. A Nevada gaming license holder like station casinos is not above the federal or state law, and we believe stations will face the consequences of its actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you wish to leave a copy of your comments? Thank you. Is there anyone else present that wishes to make public comment? There appearing to be no one else present wishing to make public comment. That will close our public comment section. Madam Secretary, next on our agenda item is the approval of the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Commission disposition for December 2025.
Each of us has had the opportunity to review the disposition. If there are no questions, I believe it's in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of the prior month's disposition.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in the non-restricted consent item?
Your item on the non-restricted consent agenda this morning is item 5. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
We've all had an opportunity to review item 5 on the consent agenda. If there's no discussion or comment, I believe it's in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 5 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there, thank you. And there are none opposed. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in the restricted consent items.
Your items on the restricted consent agenda this morning are items 1 and 3 through 8. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
All right, we've all had the opportunity to review the items on the restricted consent. If there are no questions or comments, then I believe it's in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for the approval of the restricted consent items 1, 3 through 8 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
All right. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you. That brings us now to non-restricted items held out for discussion. Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 1?
Non-restricted number 1 are the applications of Michael Gauselman, Yannicka Gauselman, and Dominic Roche for finding of suitability as a director and or officer as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Hello, Dennis Gutwald with the law firm of McDonald Carano. Hopefully joining me by video is Yannicka and Dominic, and we thank you for allowing them to appear by video, particularly with the weather back east. And also thank you for granting a waiver for Michael Gosselman. For the record, Michael Gosselman appeared before you back in May 2025 and gave you a complete background. With your permission, we'll have Yannicka and Dominic tell you a little bit about themselves and have you ask some questions.
Please, we would appreciate that. Let me just make sure we have our appearances. There we go. So I think we're going to go with Ms. Gosselman first, right? Oh, they're both there. Okay, there we go. Whoever you'd like to speak first, go ahead.
Let's go with Yannicka first.
Good morning, dear Chair Dugliati, dear members of the Commission, dear Madam Secretary. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to introduce myself today. My name is Yannicka Gauselman. I am 42 years old, and I'm here today because I'm a member of the executive board of the Gauselman Family Foundation, which is a beneficial owner of the Merkur Group. So just to give a quick summary of my background, I grew up in the town of Espelkamp, where my grandfather, Paul Gauselmann, over the last 70-odd years, built up and managed what is today known as the Merco Group, and where we still have our headquarters today. Growing up, I had, however, very little to do with the company. My father used to work there, but he left in the early 90s when I was still little. My high school education was at Espelkamp's local public high school, graduating in 2002. Back then, it was my big dream to live and work in Australia. And back then, Atronic, which used to be part of the Merco Group, had an office in Melbourne. And I jumped on the opportunity to do a 6-month internship in the marketing department over there. I had an amazing time and I learned a lot about our industry, about our products and our company in general. But at that stage, there was no long-term plan for me to be involved in the company or in the industry in the long run. So the following years, I completed a Bachelor of Economics in Graz in Austria, followed by a Master's in International Economics and Finance in Tübingen University in Germany. I enjoyed university life, but I always felt the need to gain as much work experience as possible. So along the way, in 2005, I took a semester off and worked at BMW's price planning department in Munich, followed by another internship at BMW's in-house consulting department in 2007. Towards the end of my master's, again, I took another semester off to do an internship with the Bavarian Ministry of Trade before I was accepted for the International Monetary Fund summer internship program in 2009 in Washington, D.C. The time in DC shaped my outlook considerably. I met so many incredible people, and yeah, it was a lifetime experience. So when I returned to Germany, I felt ready to begin my first real job as an economist. And after finishing my master thesis in 2010, I accepted a 2-year position as assistant to the chief economist at the Bavarian State Bank in Munich. And following this, I was offered a position with the Boston Consulting Group, where I worked as an analyst, initially focused on economics. And over time, the focus shifted slightly, and I took on more and more research work also in the fields of corporate development and finance. During this period, the Gauselmann Family Foundation was formed, and in 2015, I was invited to become a member of the foundation's advisory council. In the years that followed, I gained a deeper understanding of the Merco Group, and in 2019, at the request of my grandfather, I accepted a position on the supervisory board of the Merco Group. During this time, I also consulted to the Family Foundation on a part-time basis, supporting the preparation of the transformation process from a family-owned and run company to an externally managed company. When my grandfather decided to step down around his 90th birthday in 2024, my family was glad that my uncle Michael was willing to return and take on both the role of the chairman of the Merco Group Supervisory Board, as well as the Family Foundation's executive board for these critical transformation years. With this change, I gave up my position on the supervisory board and became a member of the foundation's executive board instead. In this role, I support the foundation in its function of acting as a bridge between the family and the company. This is important as when managed correctly, the family has a potential to add to the success of the company. For example, because it fosters long-term stability ahead of short-term gains. We care about our employees, and many of them have worked at Merco for decades. And we also care a lot about the impact that the company has on the society in which it operates. Eventually, my generation will have to take over the full responsibility in the various committees of the Family Foundation. And because of this, I endeavor to stay informed about the company's broader activities and to support my younger sister and my cousins should they wish to take on a role in the future. As you can imagine, given the size and the complexity of the Merkur Group, this is a significant and an ongoing challenge. In conclusion, our family foundation is young and the transformation process is well underway. As third generation, we are very much at the beginning of our journey, but we are aware of the responsibility and we are doing our absolute best to live up to it. I hope this short introduction has given you a little insight to my role. And yeah, thank you very much for your attention. And please feel free to ask any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here today, and it is a pleasure to meet you. At this time, I'll start with my colleagues here in Las Vegas. Do you have any questions?
Certainly. Joe.
I don't have any questions. I don't have any questions, but thank you for being with us.
I do have some comments. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Ms. Gauselman. I was very impressed with the presentation in front of Nevada's Gaming Control Board and have no hesitation in supporting you with a very impressive background. More out of curiosity, from your descriptions of the family, and I wonder how the dynamics, the family dynamics worked. You referred to your grandfather, your uncle, the cousins, your younger sister. I mean, who's like the boss? I mean, when I say who's the boss, I mean, who does the slapping of hands in the internal family? Like, hey, you shouldn't say stuff like that. Or is that yourself? Is that your uncle? Or how does that work? And how do you navigate that? What seems to me to be somewhat of a complex situation.
Yeah, so obviously in the past that was my grandfather up to 2024, and that is now for sure my uncle Michael. So he's there in the, I would call it the forefront, and he's doing the speaking in public and all these kind of things, and the rest of us is definitely much more in the background. And my role, as I shortly described before, I really see that as a bridge between the company and more looking into the family and really understanding the needs and the concerns, and how we can prepare for these roles, for the responsibility. But yeah, I would say the boss at the moment is my uncle.
Well, thank you for that answer. And as I said, no hesitation in supporting you today. Great background. Thank you for being in front of us. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.
Commissioner Silver?
Thank you. Thank you for being here by Zoom. I appreciate it. I appreciate the thorough presentation by you at both the board meeting and here today. I just have a quick question for Mr. Gottwald, because as I was watching the presentation for the board, I guess I wasn't clear. Maybe you can make a better record explaining more about the withdrawing of their applications in Colorado, Michigan, and Montana and Washington. And are there any plans to reapply? I just wasn't
Sure.
understanding that.
In a couple of those, and forgive me, I don't have the particular jurisdictions lined up, but in a couple of the jurisdictions, there wasn't a business reason to keep those jurisdictions. In a couple of the jurisdictions, it was going to take too long to get approved and close this deal within the 6 months of the Gaming Control Board. So they closed down, and if there's a business argument for them going back, they will. And that's the primary reasons behind those withdrawals. And that's it.
Thank you for clarifying that for the record. I appreciate that. I have no hesitation as well. I know this is for estate planning purposes as well, and I wish you best of luck. So I support your application and thank you again.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. Guten Morgen, Frau Gauselmann. Wie geht es Ihnen?
Sehr
All
gut,
is
guten
good.
Morgen.
Thank you. At least it's morning here. Your presentation in front of the Gaming Control Board was perfect. Fascinating life story. I appreciate the various adventures you had in Australia, but also the seriousness of working with the banks and certainly the Boston Consulting Group. I do have questions about governance, and I know it may not be in front of you, But obviously you're coming in front of us, as someone to be the Gausselmann Familie Stiftung and understand that. But how does the family business interact with McCure board, the supervisory board? Because you're not on the supervisory board. And I think 6 family members on the advisory board. But on the McCure supervisory board, I think your uncle, Michael Gausselmann, is the only family member. If there's a difference of opinion, or I know it's a private company, but are there super shares, or if there's a difference between the family office and McCure, if that would ever happen, who controls that decision for the company?
So the structures are very clear and very strict. So we do have the advisory council in the family foundation, which consists of the 4 family strings. So each family string has basically one vote, and they together vote for the executive board of the family foundation, and the family foundation appoints the supervisory board of the Merkur Group. It overlaps. Those 2 boards can overlap, but they don't have to. They don't completely do at the moment. My uncle is in both boards, but it doesn't have to be that way. But basically, the family needs or wishes would have to go through these committees. There's no direct power, I would say. So we have to come to a conclusion. We have to go through the boards, and then only through the supervisory board there can be interaction with the Merkur executive board. But I think my uncle explained that in a lot of detail. It's not that we can interfere with any day-to-day decisions. That's not possible. So only if there's really very extreme disagreements, that's possible to exchange somebody from the Merkur executive board, like a person. But that's nothing you would do on a regular basis. You would really think about that, because that's a big disruption to the company. So so you have to go through all those very strict governance processes to influence it if you have to.
That explanation is very helpful. Thank you. So the supervisory board at McCure is the supervisory board. They make decisions. If somehow they make a decision that displeases the family, then they would vote at some point in time. And I mean, just like you would in a public company, the shareholders.
Yeah, absolutely. There are no direct interferences.
But they have the governance structure here. Yeah. And just curious, Mr. Trechak, is he on, and I believe he was on the McCure board, or at least the compliance committee. Is Mr. Trechak still involved with McCure?
Yeah, he's on the compliance committee.
He's on the compliance committee. Good. No, again, I am delighted to support you, Ms. Gausselmann, for your application. It's very impressive. The family is very lucky and fortunate to have your skill sets, in play here. And I'm, again, delighted to support the application on your behalf.
Thank you very much.
I don't have any additional questions or comments. I just echo my colleagues in lauding you for your accomplishments, and you're eminently qualified to be here today, be licensed by us, and I support your application. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam, if I may I did not realize Mr. Trechak was a member of the board. I just wanted to make a belated disclosure. He was a partner in the firm that I worked for very early on in my career, so nearly 20 years ago.
Yeah, he's on the compliance committee. Not
Okay,
board
I'm
of
sorry, on the
directors, so
compliance
you're good.
committee. Yeah, I had very little interaction with him, so I don't believe the independence or judgment of a reasonable person would be affected by that prior association, but I just wanted to disclose it out of an abundance of caution.
Thank you.
Well, I might as well make a disclosure then.
Pardon?
I might as well make a disclosure then. I don't think it prohibits me from doing anything, but I see him twice a year at the Board of Bar Examiners meeting, where he is the chair of the Board of Bar Examiners for the state of Nevada, and I am on the commission. And I would only say that the only thing about Rick Traychuk is that he won't let me off. Other than that, I see him twice a year, and I don't think there's anything about that that requires or has any conflict that exists. So with that said, is Mr. Rosh ready to go? Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
For
Can you
us.
see me and can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Then for me, it's good evening or guten Abend. For you, it's now good morning. Guten Morgen, Chair Togliatti, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. It's a great pleasure again and honor for me to join this meeting today. Before I would like to start my personal introduction, once again, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for being able to participate digitally. So thank you very much. Coming back to my person and to my introduction, my name is Dominik Rasch. I'm 41 years old, married since 2008, and father of two wonderful girls, aged 13 and 11. I was born in Germany and live in the Minden-Lübbecke district in northwestern Germany. This is also the region where the headquarters of the Merkur Group are located. First of all, I would like to start with my personal education. In 2004, and this is immediately after graduating from high school, I started a dual training program at the Merkur Group and completed this as a diploma as business economist and a bachelor's degree in management. That was from 2004 to 2007 in Stuttgart in the south of Germany. Later, 2014 to 2016, I completed a part-time MBA in general management at HHL. This is a German business school located in Leipzig in the eastern part of Germany. And then since 2023, I've been studying for a DBA degree in Edinburgh Business School in Scotland, which I'm also completing part-time beside my job. That's all about my education so far. I would very much like to continue with my professional career, which I've spent entirely with the Merkur Group. After completing my training program in 2007, I initially worked in our internal organization department. In 2008, I started working in market research, which I led from 2009 onwards. In 2011, I became head of our brand management department, so was responsible for all marketing activities. From 2016 to 2019, I was consultant to the executive board member responsible for the whole Merkur's B2B division. This was a nice time because it gave me good insights into the group's international activities. In 2019, then I was given the opportunity to head the global product management, which also included market research and marketing activities. And this new role made me responsible for all products globally. In 2021, I was then appointed Managing Director of Sales and also Management Spokesperson at ADP Merkur. In this role, I was responsible for sales, product management, and marketing again. And then, due to the fact that we had so many changes within the company since the beginning of 2025, I have been a member of the management board of Merkur.com AG. And today in this role, I'm responsible for the entire B2B division of the Merkur Group, means from R&D to production, sales, and service. In addition to my job here as a board member, I'm also a member of the board of the German Vending Machine Association. So I'm also committed to the interests of the German gaming industry. If you allow, I would like to tell a little bit about Gaming Arts and my connection to the company and to the management. During my time as managing director of ADP Merkur, I was already an initiator of this transaction with Gaming Arts. In my current role as a member of the board, I'm responsible for Gaming Arts, and I'm really happy to be working with the CEO of the company, Rob Siems, and his entire management team. I have to say, luckily, they are really doing a fantastic job, and it's also nice to see the great collaboration between the teams in the US and in Germany. So great collaboration. Operational management lies naturally with the CEO, Rob Siems, and his team. However, we make strategic decisions for the future together. Looking back on the past year, 2025, it was a great honor and really a huge milestone for the entire Merco Group when we received the manufacturing and distribution license in Nevada in May last year. We reached a second milestone on September 15th when we completed the acquisition and Gaming Arts formally became part of the Merco Group. That was fantastic. I think it was a very important message to all our employees in Las Vegas as it demonstrates our commitment, the Merco commitment to them and the future of the company. And the third very exciting milestone was the G2E in October, but also the ICE show in Barcelona last week. So it was nice to see the customer feedback was really fantastic, not only from the North American customers visiting the G2E, but also from the Latin American and European customers last week in Europe, in Barcelona. We are very proud of what the Gaming Arts team was able to present. It's really impressive. Even more important for us, some of these new game titles are already live on the casino floor in the US. And so far are performing very promising. So what I said, the feedback from customers all over the world, but also from industry partners has been positive and motivating for the future. I think future is a good point. Talking and thinking about 2026, we have ambitious goals from our Merco perspective together with our Gaming Arts colleagues. We want to position Gaming Arts as an innovative player in the industry. Even more important also for us to grow, to create new jobs and to invest in our Las Vegas headquarters. And I'm also happy to say that the first measures have already been implemented. We are hiring. We have hired new employees in all areas of the organization. Of course, particularly in development, because it's all about games and it's important to have a good game pipeline, but also in production, product management, and sales. But I would also like to express that we do not invest only in people, but also in our operational capacity. For instance, we recently have rented a second warehouse in Las Vegas, which triples our capacities. So all in all, we are really looking forward to the future together with Gaming Arts and are really happy about all these milestones. This concludes my personal introduction. Thank you very much for your attention so far. I hope it was interesting, and I'm happy to answer any question you may have.
Thank you. And thank you for being with us here on Zoom. We appreciate it. At this time, Commissioner Krolicki, do you have any questions or comments?
I do. Thank you, Chair Tagliati. Und guten Abend, Herr Rausch. You know, you're the marketing salesperson, the sunshine behind you, and I see on your lapel, that sun, happy sun is, you can't go more than a couple blocks without seeing that on a door somewhere. So your company has done exceedingly well. Wear your sunshine with pride. I thought your presentation in front of the Gaming Control Board was strong. I really do appreciate the conversation about how you have been part of the Mercure family for, your entire career. I mean, you've done nothing different, which is a compliment in this case. But good on you for doing that. I thought your responses about AML and your IP systems being able to handle things were strong. Also appreciate your expansion here through Gaming Arts and particularly Las Vegas. I think you said you had 80 employees in Nevada. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Good. And it's nice to hear that you've tripled your capacity. This is less serious. You were born in the town of Minden, and I want you to know that you have lots of history already here in Nevada before you purchased Gaming Arts. There's a county just south of where I am called Douglas County, and the county seat, the government, is the town of Minden. And it was started in 1829 by H.F. Dangberg, one of the many German immigrants into the Carson Valley, as we call it. But many of the German pioneers, raised cattle and were tremendous successes. And those names of streets and ranches are still all German throughout the Carson Valley in Douglas County. But again, the town seat being Minden. But he named it after the town in Westphalia where you were from. So I'm a student of history, and I hope you are too. Did you know
Thank you
that?
for the information. That's nice to hear.
Next time you visit, if you come up north, you'll have to go to the
I
town.
have to visit Minden. Yeah.
But again, I'm very happy to support your application. Could you tell me about a little bit more about ICE in Barcelona? There were 65,000 people there. Crazy. But the presentation and how you felt about it.
So, I mean, ICE is amazing show. It's a gaming and gambling show, not only for the land-based industry, but also more and more for the online industry. We have 600 exhibitors, 600, and not only one hall. We have 4 big halls of exhibition. You mentioned the number of visitors, and really every company of the gaming industry is in Barcelona. I have to say, for many, many years, the ICE took place in London, but since last year, it's now in Barcelona, in Spain. Also very in favor of our Latin American customers, because connection and relationship between Latin America and Barcelona is a little bit closer than to the UK. So it's amazing show. It's over 3 days, and we had a fantastic show, quite impressive. And it's always good to have such a platform where you see really every industry expert from all over the world. Also a lot of visitors from the US. So a very good combination to the G2E in Las Vegas.
Wonderful. Well, again, congratulations on your showing in Barcelona, and the sunshine. I think it rained much during your time in Barcelona, but it was nice that you brought sunshine. I'm delighted to support your application today. You're eminently qualified, and the Mercure Group is lucky to have had your services literally for your entire professional life, and they recognize that and have raised your profile and give you additional responsibilities. I think it's very well earned.
Thank you very much.
Okay, here in Las Vegas, do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments?
Just one comment, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Raj. I had the one question. You had alluded that you have 50% of market share in Germany. Obviously, it's a major organization and company originating there. Who would you identify as your major competitors over there?
You mean who is the major competitor in Germany?
Yeah.
It's Novomatic. So it's Novomatic from Austria. They have a company, it's Löwen, but it's part of the Novomatic group, which is based in Austria. So Novomatic is our main competitor with more than 40% market share in Germany.
Okay, thank you for that. So you split the market then, roughly, the two of you. But of course, I echo Commissioner Krulicki's comments that I too will have no hesitation in supporting you, sir. Great background. Good luck going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
That was very kind. Very kind of you to say the name out loud. You could have said the name that shall not be spoken. So we had some information about withdrawn license applications and the reason. I just want to make a record that you have had licensing in by 6 agencies in the United States, also in Canada, and then you still have pending 5 licenses that have not been withdrawn, that include California, Ontario, Saskatchewan. Is that correct?
Yes, it's still in process, but week by week we get additional approvals. So We are still in a process, but day by day, week by week, we get additional ones that we can cover all the licenses that Gaming Arts obtained.
Okay, thank you. And obviously, we're on the list at the end of this list that I have, which I think is about to go favorable for you. So thank you very much for being here. I have no concerns whatsoever. You have my support, and unless council, you have anything to add, I would call for a motion.
No additional comments on this end.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 1 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you
Thank
both
you.
for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank
Very
you.
much. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Godwell.
You too. Thank you.
And thanks to the
Thank you
agents.
very
They were
much.
great to work with.
All right. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 2.
Non-restricted number 2 is the application of William Hill, Nevada 1, doing business as Caesars Sportsbook, doing business at the Resort at Summerlin Racebook and Sports Pool, doing business at the Resort at Summerlin for a non-restricted gaming license, racebook and sports pool only. It is also the application by Hotspur Casinos Nevada, Inc. to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from the racebook and sports pool operated by Caesars Sportsbook, doing business at the Resort at Summerlin Racebook and Sports Pool. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. It's a pleasure to be before you this morning. For the record, I'm Kelsey Banu with the law firm of McDonald Carano. I am here this morning on behalf of William Hill, Nevada 1, DBA Caesars Sportsbook. We have quite a few people with us this morning. I hope I don't miss introducing anyone. With me to my immediate left is Mr. Eric Hession, President of Caesars Digital. And behind me in the audience is Miss Lisa Rankin, Vice President, Compliance and Licensing of Caesars Digital. Slightly further to my left is Mr. Michael Alonso, Counsel for the Resort at Summerlin. And in the audience is Mr. David Ross, President of the Resort at Summerlin, and Michelle McHugh, Vice President and General Manager. William Hill's application before you this morning is for a non-restricted gaming license, racebook and sports pool only at the Resort at Summerlin. This location will have 20 kiosks. The Resort at Summerlin will retain the pari-mutuel wagering license. William Hill and the Resort at Summerlin have an arrangement similar to that previously approved by the commission, whereby William Hill will utilize employees of those of the Resort at Summerlin. In accordance with that agreement, there are some proposed conditions along with general proposed conditions on William Hill's non-restricted license. We have reviewed and approved those proposed conditions. We would like to thank Special Agent Heather Lambert and Supervisor Jeff Zinn for their work and thoroughness on this application. With that, Mr. Hession would like to make some remarks on the record, and Mr. Alonso would as well. If I may, I will pass this over to Mr. Hession and then Mr. Alonso, and then open the floor to any questions you may have.
Thank you, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. I'm Eric Hession with Caesars. We're very excited about this opportunity to have the Caesars Sportsbook in the Resort at Summerlin. We currently don't have a Caesars location in Summerlin, and it's going to be a great amenity for both our mobile customers, but also for the patrons at the resort. We plan to take over the operations immediately after the Super Bowl, pending your approval, and we'll be able to get everything in place. The plans are well underway. We've seen where the kiosk locations are going, and the sports book is going to be in great shape. We're changing out some of the boards before the NCAA tournament, the odds boards, and then pending the conclusion of that in April, we plan to redo the entire book and adding in a 360-degree ribbon style LED ticker screen for the book. So a lot of capital going in, and it'll match the amount of upgraded amenities that the resort is putting in as well. As you know, they're putting a significant amount of capital in, and this will bring the book up to that caliber. So I'm open for any questions, but appreciate your time. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Michael Alonso, and I'm here on behalf of Hotspur Casinos of Nevada, Inc., doing business as the Resort of Summerlin after a recent name change from the Rampart Casino at the Resort of Summerlin. By way of some quick background, Gone South LLC has been the operator of the sportsbook at this location for many years, since at least 2009. In 2025, they provided notice to the Resort at Summerlin that they were not going to renew the contract. And that prompted the Resort at Summerlin management at the resort to go out for an RFP and also look at operating the sportsbook themselves. They ultimately determined after that process to go with Caesars Sportsbook. And as you know, we're here requesting approval to share in revenue from the sportsbook. Happy to answer any questions that the commission may have. That's all our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate all of you being here today, even those that haven't stepped forward. I guess I will start with Commissioner Krolicki if he would like to have any, pose any questions or ask, has any comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Hession, and you're well flanked by Mr. Alonso and Ms. Banu and Mr. Ross. I don't see you on the screen, but it's a pleasure to see you again. It's been years since Mr. Zoni introduced us, casually. But the conversation in front of the Gaming Control Board, I thought, was extensive. It highlighted the different aspects. The Gone departure was important to hear and certainly understood, but appreciate this property. It's a stunning property, and it will be even more so when the capital improvements are done. But I am, delighted to offer my support for the application today. Thank you, Chair.
I just have a quick question before I ask my colleagues. As far as the number of kiosks, and it might be in my materials and it might have been at the board meeting and I missed it and I'm sorry, but what is the change there? Is there a change?
I believe they have 5 currently, and we're going to 20. So it's a significant increase. It's certainly one of the larger kiosk deployments that we have, but it's also a very large property. And we think that having the kiosks spread throughout the casino will provide more access points for the customers. Depending on the layout and the size of the casino, some will have more periodically, but 20 is on the very high end.
I thought so. And do you have just numbers on locals versus not, as far as your patrons?
I don't think we have those numbers available. I know.
We obviously haven't opened yet, so we don't know what the mix will be, but we know that we have about a 10% market share in the Summerlin area with the Caesars brand, and that's below our normal share. And so we think that we'll be able to drive that up. It's almost exclusively locals for us.
Well, I was gonna say, but so before you entered this agreement, you didn't get that specific information, but it's kind of common knowledge to people who live here that it's primarily a local.
Yeah, that's correct. It's yeah, our belief is that the locals that have the Caesars app and come down to the Strip to sports bet will now be able to go to a much more convenient location to be able to either watch the game or to deposit into the app or to redeem things. And so we think that it's really targeted towards that local population. I'm sure that the hotel has some destination business as well, but from us, we looked at it as a convenience factor for the locals. And when we think about our marketing tools, we will use our database of the Caesars customers in the Summerlin location to alert them and to offer events at the property.
And silly
Chair-
question, maybe, but all indoors kiosk, like we get sometimes it's, oh, they're at the pool and they're, are they all indoors?
Yeah, they're all indoors.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Chair, if you want some more specific information on the breakdown, Mr. Ross or Ms. McHugh could answer that on the locals. It is predominantly locals, but I don't have a specific breakdown for you
Meaning now or after the meeting?
now.
Oh, now is great. I don't want to give a homework assignment. That wasn't my intention. I just was curious. I have no intention to give homework.
I have the answer.
Okay, I love it.
Well, thank you very much for having us here today.
Oh, press your button. So there you go.
Thank you very much for having us here today. We're about 90% local.
That's even higher than I thought. Okay, that's great. Thank you so much. I appreciate you addressing that for the record. I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions.
Hi, thank you all for being here. I did have a couple questions, and I know this was covered at the Gaming Control Board meeting, but this is still a little new to me. With respect to the employees, they're going to be shared. I mean, you're going to keep the current Resort at Summerlin Race and Sportsbook employees. And I know the condition says that, for if they perform any actions with respect to the William Hill stuff, then they'll be considered William Hill employees. How does it work how's the sportsbook branded? It's branded as a Caesars?
It's branded as a Caesars. And yes, you're correct. The same 10 employees will stay on. We don't plan to make any staffing changes. And they'll be kind of jointly employed. So when they're working on our technology or types of things, they'll follow our minimum internal control standards, our AML policies, those types of things. And then from a human resources perspective, they'll be led by the Resort at Summerlin.
For pari-mutuel, are they using your same platform?
We are using their same platform for pari-mutuel, but it'll be managed from the property the same way we've done with Gone Gaming.
So if a customer has an issue with a pari-mutuel bet, how do they know who to look to?
So
Or any questions or problems?
the manager of the sportsbook is really like that key pivotal role that we've discussed through our relationship with how we've structured it. So they would talk to Dwayne, who's the manager of the sportsbook, and they would work through those things. And then they'd come to myself or to our casino management team to work through those pari-mutuel issues, if any arise.
Okay. So, I mean, as far as the customer knows, they're not really seeing a difference between a pari-mutuel bet and a sports bet.
It'll be, the writers can write both. It'll be very seamless at the kiosks, at the terminals. They're trained to do both.
And who's doing the hiring should additional positions come up in the future, or you have vacancies? Or
Yeah, we would jointly evaluate. We tend to have a pipeline of either writers or supervisors or managers in the works throughout the city. And so we could bring some employees over. But yeah, it would be a joint decision, ideally led by the manager of the book and then by one of our regional managers.
Okay. And in situations where you say you need to bring writers from another location, then would Resort at Summerlin hire them, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's not something you're going to freely move people
into
that property?
We wouldn't. Yeah, we wouldn't just move people back and forth. It would be as if a spot opened up and somebody wanted to transfer, or we had a new employee that wanted to enter the company and there happened to be a spot open, then they could move to that location.
Okay. But the hiring process would be a joint process, as I understand it.
Yeah.
Okay. And would the employees that are currently at the Resort at Summerlin, will they still have growth opportunities within Caesars if they wanted to maybe advance or relocate to another Caesars property or Caesars Sportsbook property?
Yeah, we try to do that. We've had very good success with some of the books that we've acquired where there's a manager or supervisor or even ticket writers that are looking for additional responsibility. And when they're part of our network, we're able to do that and provide them with that. So they can become regional managers or district managers and or even potentially transfer into other areas within the sportsbook organization.
Okay. And likewise, if those employees wanted to move to other departments within Resorts at Summerlin, they'd be free to do so? Okay.
Correct.
So they're not restricted in any way from advancing on either side of the operations? Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions. Thank you for your presentation.
And for the record, that shake of your head was a no?
No, you're
Okay.
correct.
Sorry, there's a court reporter. Okay.
Also, so sorry, could you identify yourself for the court reporter again?
Yes, I'm Michelle McHugh. I'm the Vice President and General Manager for the resort at Summerlin.
Thank you.
Sorry, I thought Mr. Alonso said it, but yeah, otherwise my judge kicks in and I would have done that. Okay, at this time, do we have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Chair, and thanks all of you for being here. It is a great property for locals on the west side for sure. I just had a quick question, because I had looked at the pictures of the layout, where the kiosks, at least the 2 or the 5 are, where the new kiosks are gonna go. And I guess I just was curious as to, I would think it's the same surveillance system. I know they need to recheck it, but is there anything different about the surveillance system because of the increase in the kiosks? Is that why that condition for surveillance inspection is placed on that?
Commissioner, I can speak to that. That's a normal condition
Okay.
on,
I just
standard
wasn't
condition on
sure.
most of our
I see. So if
licenses.
somebody else is coming in, then they
Right.
recheck it.
And every time we add or subtract a kiosk location, we have to get additional surveillance shots for approval.
Okay, so you just need more surveillance for each kiosk. Okay.
That's right.
All right, that makes sense. All right, thank you.
Just one question again. Thank you for being here again. Seems like we're having a frequent appearances from Mr. Ross, Ms. McHugh. Wonderful property, as Judge Silva has mentioned. I'm curious about the kiosks from the point of view of the loyalty program. Does that require the people joining the loyalty program? And that's how you activate the kiosks? Is that how the program will work or does work over there? Any idea?
No, it's a great question. What we've done is worked with the property and they're going to keep their loyalty program. So our kiosk will adapt to their cards. So a customer will swipe in, they'll earn Rampart rewards. They're going to keep the name we learned. And the only time they'd earn Caesars rewards is if they go on the app and they're actually using mobile play, then they earn Caesars rewards because that's how it's set up for the mobile app.
Okay, well, thank you for that. That was very interesting. Obviously, we were very keen to hear what was happening to all the team members, and that was asked at the Gaming Control Board, and the same answer today. Thank you. Amazing property. You, Mr. Ross, you guys must have the world's most powerful speed bumps ever invented by man. When anybody comes past the building coming off, I think it's Alta. And we should take the lead from you and use those across the city at some of our traffic intersections, and we'll cut down a lot of the, it's just amazing. Like if I go over one of them, like more than 1 mile an hour, I'm asking for trouble. But anyway, thank you all for being here. No hesitation in supporting you all today. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Krolicki, anything else?
I'm fine. I'm perfectly comfortable. Move forward.
Okay, if no one else has any questions or comments, it appears to be in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 2 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Madam Secretary, that brings us to non-restricted number 3. If you could please read that into the record.
Non-restricted number 3 is the application of Michelle DeTondo for licensure as a manager and director at Resorts World Las Vegas LLC. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am Erica Okerberg. I am Nevada Gaming Counsel to the company. Here with me today is the applicant, Michelle DeTondo. She is a first-time applicant in Nevada, so today she'd like to share with you just a little bit about her background and then her duties and responsibilities in her role at Resorts World.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, and Madam Secretary. I'm pleased to be here and happy to introduce myself to you today. I consider myself to be a native Las Vegan, having moved here in 1972 when my father was transferred to Nellis Air Force Base. I graduated from El Dorado High School and received my bachelor's degree from Arizona State University and my master's of business administration from Brigham Young University. My husband is a retired CCSD school administrator, and I have a daughter who's a sophomore at University of Colorado Boulder and a son who's a junior at the University of Alabama. As to my professional career, I've spent my whole career in human resources, right out of college, beginning with the federal government, spent some time in financial services and in consulting before joining the gaming industry with Caesars Entertainment in 2003, where I was the head of HR for the Flamingo Las Vegas, and eventually gained responsibility for both the Flamingo and for Harrah's Las Vegas. In 2006, I moved to MGM Resorts and was the Vice President of Human Resources at New York, and then at Mandalay Bay before becoming the Chief Human Resources Officer in 2010. I spent 9 years in that role, and in 2019 joined Avion Consulting Firm, which is a general leadership, organization, effectiveness, business consulting firm. In this role, I advise CEOs and CHROs on organization culture, on leadership development, and on strategic planning. In December of 2024, I joined the board at Resorts World Las Vegas. And along with the other directors of the board, we provide oversight and guidance to the property's leadership team. We provide guidance on key matters like capital investment, compliance matters, and strategic planning. We've also been very focused in the last year on creating a strong culture of compliance at the property and establishing strong corporate governance. Personally, just my involvement in the community, I've been involved in the community throughout the course of my career in Nevada. I've been on a variety of different boards during that time, including the Red Cross of Southern Nevada and the Culinary Academy of Las Vegas. I'm currently on the board for the UNLV hockey program, national champions, I might add. And I also lead a women's development program with UNLV in partnership with UNLV focused on developing more C-suite women leaders in organizations, especially in the hospitality industry. And with that, I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. And thank you for being here today. We appreciate that and the opportunity to meet you and have you available to answer any questions at this time. I will ask Commissioner Krolicki, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. A few comments. First, Ms. Datondo, it's a pleasure to see you. I don't know if we've met previously, but you walked in many of the same circles. I love the homegrown story. It's just always nice to have our local talent succeed, and just by elbow grease and tenacity and skills. I think Resort World made a wonderful decision to put you on their board. So just to, as I did on the first application, just talking about governance in your role. I mean, you've been there since 24. So could you talk a little bit about, any changes you've really perceived besides some new folks on the board since the challenges of last spring?
Sure. I would say the main changes have been in two areas. One is in property leadership. Initially, the board spent a significant amount of time identifying the new leader of the property, the president and CFO, Carlos Castro, and then supporting him in selecting his team. Almost the entire leadership team has turned over in the last year. And I believe that we have been focused on bringing in leaders who are confident with a strong sense of gravitas to challenge up when needed. And so full confidence in the leadership team. I think the other area that we focused on is just on our corporate governance and cadence. So for example, the board meets once a month, which is pretty frequent for most boards. During our meetings, we do a financial review of the property. We discuss any issues that have surfaced within operations. We get a report from the chief compliance officer. And then probably every third meeting or so, we have a private meeting with the Executive Director of Internal Audit with management dismissed so that he can give us his candid perception and view of any issues on the property. There haven't been any, but it's a time for him to surface any issues without management present. So those are the types of things that we've put into place, along with some of the basic things that we're missing, like having strong accountability for completing compliance training, things like that.
And thank you for that answer. You know, the board almost seems like a hybrid, though. Again, it's a member-managed limited liability company, and you are engaged by the members. So again, it's just a little bit of a different structure. So not traditionally some of the legal responsibilities, but you're performing these roles. There are no committees. It's a committee of the whole every time you consider these various aspects of the company's performance.
We do have a compliance committee that meets quarterly, that is chaired by AG Burnett. I participate in those meetings as a guest.
That's not a committee of the board, though.
Oh, okay.
I think he meant the board. That you have no committees on the board is what he's trying to confirm.
Okay, correct.
Yeah,
There are
so there's no audit committee. I mean, the compliance committee meets quarterly. I would hope that they would be meeting monthly as you all are doing, but you don't have a comp committee. You don't have
Correct. I'm
you know,
sorry. I
all of those
misunderstood.
kind of things. And it's actually interesting in the structure. It's I'm just reading from our paperwork here, but your appointment, you receive generous compensation as you deserve, but the appointment is in effect until death, resignation, or removal. How does that happen? I understand death and resignation, but how does removal, if it were to happen, you know, who is responsible for that? Your fellow board members or Genting, or how does that work?
Well, for example, I would assume if we weren't suitable to hold a gaming license, we would be removed. I would assume.
But you're serving at the pleasure of whom on the board?
Yeah, Commissioner Krolicki, the member of the entity is who appoints the managers and or directors of the board. And so that would be who would make any decisions for removal if such were to become necessary.
And I'm sorry, I'm thick today, and thank you, Ms. Ogerberg, for helping. Who are these people? I mean, is this out of Singapore? I just want to understand, you know, who does this member managed board report to? Who are those members?
Yes, so it flows up through the intermediary structure. The ultimate member is another entity that owns Resorts World Las Vegas LLC. Ultimately, as a practical matter, it's going to flow to the folks with Genting Burhat, the ultimate parent company.
Okay, and again, I know we talked about this last spring, and I think that was perhaps some of the issues, and again, delighted with the establishment of this board and the composition of the board. You know, as I've said, it's a who's who, and you know, it's such an important move, but just really trying to understand how it operates and the authority, and you know, it is a different kind of board. You're a hybrid. And Mr. Murrin, I know has the title of Chairman Emeritus, which is distinguished and well earned, but is Mr. Murrin still involved in board meetings, or is he exclusively now with the GCGRA out of Abu Dhabi?
He is not involved in board meetings since he became the chairman emeritus, and yes, he is in the UAE.
How does the compliance committee interact with your board? You get a report, and I know Mr. Burnett is on your board. He's also part of the compliance committee, but how do they interact, and how are those reports coming? You know, AML compliance, the changes that have been made, but how is that communicated?
If I could just interject briefly, Commissioner Krolicki, I want to correct one point. There are actually two different compliance committees. There is one at the Genting-Burhat level, which AG Burnett is on. He is actually not on the Resorts World Las Vegas Compliance Committee any longer, given his role on the board. And so the independent member of that committee is Mark Clayton. I just wanted to share that and make sure we were
No,
clear on the.
that's very helpful. So then I'll ask the same question, especially given that, because there's no link and he's acting as an independent board member receiving a compliance committee report. But how was that presented? And that's, if they meet quarterly, how does that work for your monthly meetings?
So our chief compliance officer is in attendance at every board meeting and provides a separate compliance report at our monthly meetings. Generally, the quarterly meetings will cover like broader issues, but we receive a report from her each month in the regular board meeting.
All right. And, it is normal practice for internal audit report to be without management in the room, but do they also present every month to you, the internal auditor, and who is that person?
Robert Wheeler is the executive director of internal audit for Resorts World Las Vegas, and he does present to us regularly.
And does your board, given that it's, again, not a traditional board, do you deal with the outside auditor as well for the property?
We have not dealt with the outside auditor, other than we just recently had to provide an affidavit that we don't have any relationship with the outside auditors.
Okay, so there's a conflict waiver, but but again, the outside auditor, and I'm not sure who that is, maybe Ms. Okerberger, you could tell me that, but when they do get involved and have their footnotes, and certainly, many of the things that we've talked about are part of their audit, not just the financials, but, you do not directly engage with them. You don't meet with the auditors outside of management, the outside auditor.
We have not yet. I think we're still in the process of many first year routines with the board, so we have not yet met with the outside auditor.
Okay, well, Governor / President / Chair Sandoval certainly is well-versed in
Yes.
these matters, and I know he will do an exquisite job and doing these governance things, but it's again, you're in this transition mode, and you're not a traditional board, but you're serving an extraordinary role under difficult circumstances, and I appreciate that. But thank you for your patience with my questions. But in terms of I know that was all a big digression from if you're a wonderful person or what, but I appreciate that. But when people come in front of us, as Ms. Okerberg is aware, we take advantage and wherever we wish to go. We nothing like taking advantage of an opportunity. But in terms of your own qualifications, as I started, I think you're eminently qualified. I think this is your first true board position. The others are not-for-profits
Yes.
or advisory boards. But this is a heck of a first one, but I am sure you are exquisitely equipped to handle all that's in front of you. Keep your eyes wide open and speak out. There are a lot of people watching for the success of this. I know it's been a difficult time. The cash flows are always a challenge, but you've got your work cut out for you. And I think those meetings every month, I hope that's frequent enough for all that's on your plate now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Here in Las Vegas, do any of my colleagues have any questions? Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Tondo and Ms. Okerberg. It's always a pleasure. Mr. Tondo, I noticed in our materials that it indicated you were also providing some development opportunities to management is that on property?
Yes.
Is that separate and apart from your role on the board?
It is separate. There is a human resources director at the property that I've known for some time that even before my board role started a mentoring relationship with her. And so I meet with her regularly, just focused on her development. She hopes to become a chief human resources officer at some point. And so that's more of a personal relationship.
Okay, so that's not through your Avion Consulting?
No.
Okay. Is that an uncompensated role? at this
It's not
time?
compensated.
Okay.
It's just a personal relationship.
Are you still doing other consulting for Avion?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And is that I don't remember where I read it, you have some proprietary software. Is that what you use in relationship with your Avion Consulting, or is there a separate company?
I have a separate LLC that holds intellectual property that I developed. And the reason for that is just an agreement with my firm that if our firm ever were sold, or if I left the firm, that the intellectual property stays with me. And that was just based on advice from intellectual property counsel that I hired at the time I joined the firm.
And obviously, without divulging any trade secrets, what's the nature of the software or the?
It's
intellectual property?
actually just a model for culture development in organizations. And the way that intellectual property works, most of the time, if you're in a consulting firm in a company and you develop intellectual property while you're there, it's typically assumed to be owned by the company. And so I wanted the separate agreement.
Okay, perfect. Now, with respect to the compliance committee function or compliance role, Ms. Zuckerberg, you mentioned that there's two committees, one at the Genting level and then one at the property level.
That's correct.
Who's the chair of the property level?
At the property level, the chair is Mark Clayton.
Okay. And does he have a role at all on the Genting level?
He does not.
Okay, and Mr. Burnett is the chair of the Genting Compliance
Burnett.
Committee. And
Exactly.
is there any bridge between the two?
So the Genting Burhead Compliance Committee receives reports from the Resorts World Las Vegas Compliance Committee. So they receive everything that goes to Resorts World minus some information that can't be shared for federal law reasons.
Okay, so everything goes to initially the property level compliance committee, and then they filter what they need to for either the Privacy Act issues or other confidentiality issues before they send it up to the Genting level?
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. And Mr. Tondo, you indicated that you're meeting regularly with the compliance committee, but is that monthly or, I'm sorry, with the internal audit? Yeah. Do you meet with them monthly? Do they report to you monthly, or is it at a different frequency?
It's I don't know if it's been a regular cadence. I'd say at least quarterly. He does the independent meeting where we dismiss management. We have seen, and he provides, and again, I would not say that it's a standing agenda item, but we have received reports of the audit plan for the property. He provides us through a list of all of the issues that are surfaced and where they are in resolving issues that surface within the audit plans, and an update on which audit plans are completed, which are planned, which are in progress. But it's probably a agenda or topic based. When he has an update to provide, he comes, but it's not monthly.
So they're not a standing agenda item?
Not a standing agenda
Okay.
item.
Is there a summary of audit findings that's provided to you monthly or
Yes.
quarterly or?
We receive the audit report for the property and any issues that surface, if any, do within their regularly scheduled audits or annually scheduled audits that they're completing.
Okay, and I apologize. I just want to make sure because I know Commissioner Kerlicki asked if they were reporting to you monthly, and then you responded that you met with them regularly. So I just want to make sure we're not disconnecting. In terms of the audit findings, do you receive those receive those on an ongoing basis, or do you receive those only if the internal audit director feels they're significant?
Only if they're significant.
Okay. So you don't receive summary, at least of all the audit findings on any type of frequency on a normal course?
I can't, I'm trying to recall if it's like regular, if we receive it quarterly, or if it's my understanding is that it's if there's something that's significant. We've probably in the last year, which leads me to believe it's quarterly, that he meets with us and does a full review of all of the audit plans and any issues that surface. I don't believe we're receiving any report monthly, though. I think it's when it's significant.
Given the issues that the company's had, that's something that, I would have expected that you would receive at least a summary. I mean, that way, the board is fully informed and you're not relying on one individual making a determination as to this is or isn't important. I know in, you know, my prior life, I mean, we always provide at least a very summarized version of, hey, these are the audit findings by property that we've had. That way, you know, you're fully informed, and if you want more information, you can seek it out. But there was no determination as to what, you know, the chief audit executive felt was or wasn't important to present to you. So that's just a suggestion,
Yeah.
obviously. I don't know.
Commissioner,
you
we
wanna
appreciate that. And I also just want to note for the record that they do receive reports from the chief compliance officer on a monthly basis. So to the extent there were anything from the audit that the chief compliance officer were aware of to surface in the interim period, that would be raised to the board at the board meeting each month.
Yeah, I always see those as two separate roles. I mean, you know, I've headed both, and they have different functions. So it's just, if you want your board to be fully informed, I think it behooves you to have the information, you know, at least again, in a very summary fashion, be presented to them so that they, you know, they're aware of what's going on. They're aware if there's any trends going on, you know, may help you identify issues or prevent issues as, you know, occurred in the past, just so that you see if anything's trending in the wrong direction. So again, I mean, obviously, we're not trying to tell you how to run your property, so, or I'm not, but it's just something that I would have expected, and, you know, would just suggest you consider.
No,
I
thank
didn't
you.
have anything else. Mr. Tondo, you're very qualified. I have absolutely no hesitation in supporting your application. And, you know, it's a beautiful property and stuff. So of course, we just want you to succeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Obviously, your resume and your background is superb, and I love the fact that you're homegrown here from Vegas. Love that. Member Krolicki had really gone over a lot of my questions, which had to do with, since you came on to as a director, you know, the compliance aspect of it, since everything's gone on at Resort Worlds. It's been covered. I guess I had, all that's really left at this point was I wanted to ask you, you brought up what you're doing as far as leadership at UNLV, especially for the women there. And could you expand more on that? I thought that was very interesting.
Sure. So 3 years ago, I approached UNLV with the idea for a development program for senior level women, often because in my own experience, I was often one of few women around a boardroom in executive team meetings. And Jan Jones had started working on a program like that. And so we partnered, and we're just getting ready to start our third cohort group. It's typically women who are that level below the C-suite and trying to get over that last hurdle. We provide them with 360 feedback, executive coaching, content that are typically things that are barriers for women entering that top level in organizations, and have had incredible women both from Las Vegas and Nevada and outside as well, with a number of companies, mostly hospitality and gaming related, but also with companies that are outside of the industry. It's been an amazing program, and something that I'm really passionate about.
Is it something too at UNLV the students can get into it at all?
It's more for experienced senior level women. The same economic development program also has a entry level program that focused on a leadership development that I'm not a part of, but they have something for more entry level as well.
And you know, you were Sun Devil at El Dorado and a Sun Devil at
I know.
ASU. And I'm sure, you know, at least word on the street here in Vegas says they took your Sun Devil name.
Yeah.
So what do you think of that?
It was a big topic in the El Dorado alumni Facebook group, and we were very sad about it because.
So what are you guys now? I don't know. I'm an old Charger. And I heard about this. Even it went through the Charger, you know, group too. So
I think it's Firebirds, maybe,
okay.
but it's the exact same mascot, which, you know, I was always proud to associate myself with Sparky.
Yeah, I just thought it was interesting that you had both Sun Devils, because I thought the El Dorados might have been mad at the ASU people.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for being here, and it's just a pleasure to support your applications.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Tondo, happy to support your application. You have a a great background. I do have one question though that is not to put you on the spot, and I'm wondering how I've never managed to think about ask about that. And even over the past year, as we've been dealing, as you know, with the difficulties, how Hilton has managed to tap dance out of none, they haven't been involved in any of this stuff, yet they've got 3 or something of your towers, Crockfords and so on. And I wondered that their customers surely participate, and correct me if I'm wrong, in the gaming programs from the point of view earning loyalty points on the casino floor, therefore the game. But never have we asked if there's any Hilton representation on any of your compliance processes, whether it's committees or whatever, realizing that they're a hotel company, but nonetheless, their name is all over that place. And the signage, it's very integrated. Their employees, their team members stick with yours. So what, if any, is Hilton's involvement in ensuring that the property moves forward in a positive manner? And particularly, I'm referring to compliance and the gaming aspects, even though they're not the gaming company.
It's more of a licensing agreement. So the loyalty points that Hilton members earn are separate. So they earn points for stays. There's a separate loyalty program for gaming customers. And so Hilton is involved with the property, for example, with marketing to Hilton members. There are some discussions with them around revenue management, but not really with gaming operations at all. So they aren't a part of our board or a compliance committee.
They're not. An interesting, certainly a subject that just out of my own curiosity will look into more. But thank you for that answer. Again, not to put you on spot, it's just occurred to me. But no hesitation in supporting you. It's not Hilton in front of us today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Again, thank you for being here today. I don't have anything additional questions or comments. I think my colleagues have covered everything, and at this time, I believe it's ripe for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 3 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? No. There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you very much for being
Thank
here
you.
today. and
Congratulations.
Congratulations. How is our court reporter doing?
I believe we are good, but I also think a break probably wouldn't hurt.
Okay, let me see. It's gonna take one. So you have 2 more anyway. Is it all right?
Of
Is that your
course.
last 2? You have 2?
Yes.
Okay, we're just gonna take a short comfort break, restroom break, and we will reconvene. It's 11:29. If we could reconvene at 11:40. Thank you. I know, he has no one to chit chat with.
Yeah, that's the new one.
This is really helpful.
Okay, we're back on the record.
I
This,
heard you say that.
good, I'm glad. I was just saying, you know, I feel like I'm the principal, and the bell has rung. Okay. At this time, Madam Secretary, we're back on the record. If you could please read in our next agenda item.
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of Helen Ashton for finding of suitability as a director at Entain PLC. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Erica Okerberg. I am Nevada Gaming Counsel to Entain. Here with me today from the company is the applicant, Helen Ashton. She is a first-time applicant in Nevada, so she's going to share a little bit about herself for you, as well as what she does for the company. Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners. My name's Helen Ashton. I'm 53. As you can probably hear, I'm from the UK. I have 5 children, ranging from 25 down to 15, 4 girls and a boy. My eldest daughter's a doctor. My second daughter is a police officer. My third daughter is trying to save the world with a sustainability master's. And then my 2 younger children are still at school. I grew up in the north of the UK, one of 4 children, and I earned a first-class Bachelor's of Science with honours in Management and Chemistry at a university in the north in Manchester. I didn't really know what I wanted to do, so I decided to go and train as an accountant, and actually that's positioned me really well. I've really enjoyed my professional career. I qualified as a chartered management accountant, and since then I've got 30 years of experience working both in public businesses and also private equity backed businesses. And I've worked in lots of different industries across grocery, financial services, fashion, and business services as well, which has been really interesting. In the early 2000s, I was a retail finance director with a company called Asda, which is owned by Walmart at the time. And then I moved on to financial services and worked in a division which offered credit cards as part of Barclays. And I was promoted there to the CEO of the Barclaycard Cards International Division shortly after. So that was my first CEO role. And then after having a child in 2009, I rejoined the workforce as a retail finance director in Lloyds Banking Group. And then decided to do something completely different and went and was CEO of a private equity backed business for 3 years until we sold that business into another PLC. From there, I took a CFO role in a global fashion business called ASOS PLC. So that was my first listed CFO role, and I was the executive director for all of the portfolio companies there. And I loved it there because it was a fashion business and it was super interesting. After that, I did another CEO role in a private equity role, and then in 2021 decided that after 30 years I'd had enough of executive life and decided to try to slow down slightly and do a little bit more balance with my life, and started to build out a non-executive portfolio. I started as a non-executive director and chair of the audit and risk committee of a business called a FTSE 100 business called JD Sports. You may know it because we bought Hibbett and Shoe Palace and DTLR. So I was in that position for 4 years. And I am also on the board of a multimedia company in the UK called ITV PLC. And then as to my role at Entain, I joined the company in July 2024. It was my first time in the gaming industry, which was exciting. And I started as a non-executive director, but also the chair of the audit and risk committee. And as part of that committee, I'm responsible for providing the independent oversight and objective judgment on corporate strategy, performance, governance, contributing an external perspective,
while monitoring management effectiveness, safeguarding financial integrity, risk management and compliance. So I have internal audit that reports into me. I'm also the bridge into the external auditors, which for us are KPMG. I set the agendas and priorities for the audit committee. I oversee the integrity of the financial reporting and internal controls, ensure compliance with regulatory requirements, as I said, relationship with external auditors, communication on all of the financial regulations with the board, and focusing the business as well around the key risks and accounting judgments. I report to the chair of the board, and I also sit on the remuneration committee and also the capital allocation committee as well. Alongside that, I do executive mentoring, which I absolutely love. And also I'm a committed advocate for diversity and inclusion, particularly in relation to gender, but also neurodiversity as well. And I am a voluntary executive mentor with a leadership development firm called Merrick. So with that, I would really like to thank my agent for all of his work on my application. He was very thorough, but very, very good to work with. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Well, thank you very much. And it goes without saying, I think I speak for all of my colleagues when I say how much we appreciate you physically being here.
Thank you for.
I am sure that is not without sacrifice and effort on your part, considering how far you come. And so we very much appreciate that. I'm going to go ahead and start in Las Vegas this time and ask my colleagues, starting with Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Ms. Ashton, I echo the chair's comments. It's always so much nicer to put a face and, be able to see your body language. It's so much easier to evaluate that and assess that in person rather than by Zoom. So especially with children, I know it's tough, but we do appreciate you being here. I didn't have any concerns regarding your suitability. I mean, I think you're eminently qualified. You have great background and experience. So I'm happy to support your application. I was, I thought it was interesting that you switched from chemistry to accounting, but you went over that during the board meeting. And I say that only because I'm an accounting finance person, but I was just horrible at the science. I just was horrible at the sciences. I didn't enjoy them at all. So it seems to be a different part of the brain that mine is not triggered by that. So thank you for being here and sharing with us about your experiences and your background. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Just consistent with another applicant, when looking at your licensing history, in addition to obviously us, you have pending the Maryland Lottery and Gaming Commission, the Colorado Division of Gaming, the South Dakota Commission on Gaming. Those are pending, yes?
That's correct.
Okay. How would you compare our process with theirs? Just curious. I didn't ask that of the last, but.
I would say very thorough.
I think it's kind of nice to see that we're not out of whack as far as application time to disposition, if you will. Time to disposition is looking pretty good.
Yes, it is.
All right. Commissioners Silver or Marcantonis?
Yes. Oh, sorry. Did you want to go? Thank you. Thank you again, too. I echo my colleagues' statements, thanking you for coming all the way here. It is just a pleasure and it's refreshing and wonderful to see yet another female in this type of position, especially, Entain. We had Stella David here in December, and what a wonderful lineup of, female leaders that Entain has. I can't speak enough for that. It's really, really nice to see that. And certainly your experience and your background is exemplary. So in 2021, you kind of leave the executive field to raise, I guess, your kids and be with family. So I guess my only comment is that basically being director and chair of an audit committee for this global entertainment company is just so much easier than being a mother. Is that what I'm hearing? What happened that you decided to go back to everything, to such a chaotic lifestyle?
I think I was just really mindful for, most of my career. I'm a great believer that women unfortunately can't have it all, and then you have to choose. And I think the children had, I'd missed out on quite a lot in relation to the children. And when COVID happened, I think that was a really good rebase for me to think, actually, perhaps I don't have to work 24/7. I can still have a challenging career and feel like I'm making a difference, but actually not be away as much and, and spend more time on myself as well as the family, actually. And I'm just incredibly lucky because the boards that I sit on, I think the boards keep you really relevant. I choose particularly the boards that I want to go on in relation to the industry, very consumer, I love, but mainly the people who are on the board. I need to feel like they're people who have a similar value set and they want to do the right thing. And also we can have a bit of fun along the way as well. So actually I'm incredibly lucky that, I've got fantastic board members. I love learning about a new industry. I find that really interesting. And I like the people I work with, but also I get to do mentoring and other things on top of that, as well as spend more time with the children at home. So for me, it doesn't really feel too chaotic, because in comparison to maybe what I was doing as an executive and then trying to manage the children on top, it feels like I've got so much better balance now than I have before. So I'm incredibly lucky to just work with fantastic people.
Well, you're very impressive, and I'm happy to support your application. So thank you again for being here.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for being here, Ms. Ashton. For me, this is a no-brainer. Amazing background, very impressive presentation, also to the Gaming Control Board. So no hesitation in supporting you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. Now, everyone is being so appreciative of Miss Ashton being in Las Vegas, but I know it's been raining nonstop, so you're actually delighted to be here, aren't you?
I am actually. I'd never been to Las Vegas before. Now I've been twice in a month. So I feel like I'm a bit of an old timer now. So I'll definitely be coming back.
And my apologies for not being there today. Usually we try to all be together, but I had personal logistics that kept me in the north. But my apologies for not being there in person today. Just a couple questions on your, the role of audit chair in very complicated, busy times for your company. Now, you're certainly in the hot seat. I have no qualms about your capacities, but just as I've noted on several of the predecessor items, just some questions about the company and what's going on. I'm looking at the organizational structure, and obviously you all are on top, but always curious about our friends at BetMGM. How do the different pieces that flow up into Entain Holdings and into the PLC, how much detail do you have of those various entities like Ladbrokes and those folks, or is it all blended by the time you receive it?
No, we get plenty of different cuts of information in whatever way we so choose to see it. So we can either see by brand or we could see by location. BetMGM is a separate joint venture in its own right. So that is consolidated separately within the P&L. It has its own board structure. But for instance, as I sit on as I chair my audit committee, part of my agenda of the audit committee will always ask the audit chair of BetMGM to update us on any of the key issues that are coming out of BetMGM. So again, just to make sure we keep that oversight.
And that's a fine answer. And I'm delighted that you actually can see it compartmentalized. And I don't think this is confidential information, but, certainly the BetMGM is the closest thing to home. And I believe, the question's more about business and how's everything going. But I believe that BetMGM has had a wonderful year-to-year comparison. Net revenue increased. And this is not confidential information, I believe. I don't want to use numbers.
No, but MGM reports separately. So yeah, it's public knowledge.
Okay, so it's $123 million, which is up 23%. So that part of the business all seems to be going well. And again, that's so important to Nevada that's the one that pops out at us. But any comments on that joint venture?
It's just doing very, very well. I think Adam and the team are doing a really nice job there. The business has gone into positive territory now. So we've been investing heavily into the business, but it's moved into positive cash flow position, which is fantastic news. But the team are doing a super job. It's really performing well.
Totally agree. And that is great news. But again, it's unfair to ask the chair of the audit committee some of these larger financial questions. But again, you're sitting in front of us today and we get to do these things. The market environment has been difficult for Entain. I know, since the report was published, like your market cap has gone down by a third. I think $7.5 billion US to just over $5 billion. Can you talk about some of the changes? And I think the gambling tax is now 40% in the UK, or it's about to be in April, but there's some different implications and the impact on your market cap and share price and, the challenges that Entain faces, please.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no doubt about it. Entain has been through a challenging few years, and certainly in the 18 months since I've been there, our focus is very much on making sure that we bring stability back to the organization. We don't overpromise. We deliver on what we've said. We make sure that everything we do is, aligned to compliance and all of the rest of it. So I think, we internally have been doing all of the right things, but you will know that, with investors, particularly, it takes quite a long time to build trust with investors. So we've got to continue to build that over time. However, unfortunately, in November, the UK government obviously did increase gaming taxes. Our share price was hit really a good few months before that, because it was pretty well known that was going to happen. We just didn't know exactly how much it was going to impact us. But, for our business, our adjusted EBITDA is around £1 billion. Sterling, and the additional tax was about 250 million, of which an amount that we can mitigate some of that. So not ideal for us in any shape or form. And there are all sorts of downsides that you'll know that come off that in terms of, what does that mean to the competitive landscape? What does that mean to the black market, et cetera, et cetera. I'm a great believer as a finance person that never miss an opportunity of a good crisis, because what we will do is we will rebase and look at our cost base, we will look at how we manage the business, and we will look to mitigate as much of that as we can. And I know that the General Counsel, who I think is superb, Entain, and Stella actually, I think is superb. She was one of the main reasons that I joined the business. They are absolutely laser focused on mitigating and also working hard to protect customers from the black market springing up off the back of this as well. So, onwards and upwards for us. But I absolutely believe that just focusing on doing the right things, delivering what we say externally, over time, that's where our share price will continue to grow, and no regulatory missteps.
superb response. I know it's a difficult time. Actually, I thought it was 100 million, not, so that tax hit is even greater than I
It's
think the
yeah,
market
significant.
expected.
Yeah.
And is that Moody's has downgraded your debt? And I know there's some leverage questions, but again, can you discuss that at all or
I best not.
can't, don't. All right. And again, not to ask uncomfortable questions, but I believe since this report was produced, you've lost your CFO to resignation in December, Mr. Wood. Does Entain currently have a CFO or you're in the middle of a search?
No, we've recruited a new CFO. His name is Michael Snape. He has a more so Rob's been fantastic, but he's been with the business for a very long time, well over a decade. Whereas Michael, a little bit like me, is coming in not with a gaming background, but very much a kind of FTSE 100 corporate background. So I think he'll bring a slightly different dimension to the board. We've got a lot of gaming experience around the board table. So I think somebody who will come in and really understand externally best practice from a finance and a UK listed perspective, I think will be really helpful for the business. Actually, I think he starts next week. And Rob will make sure Rob's doing the transition as he comes on board.
Well, we look forward to meeting him. But Mr. Wood has been with Entain for about a decade. It was just a natural transition.
That's right. That's right. He's the CFO and the deputy CEO. And now that we have Stella in role as the CEO, I think he rightly wants to go on and be a CEO somewhere else. And luckily, Stella is hopefully, fingers crossed, keen to stay in that role for a bit of time with us. So I think it's quite natural, I think, for Rob to want to go and maybe find a CEO role somewhere else.
Well, as a chair of the audit committee, I think, and I've had that pleasure, speaking to the CFO on a daily basis. Speed dial is part of your life. So I know that is
That's right.
dramatic impact into your day. Who is your outside auditor and how often do you communicate with them?
So our outside auditor is KPMG. We have just got a new partner this year. He's a guy called Craig Parkin, who's fantastic. I will speak to him. I actually spent a day with him at one of his AI Ignition centres with the finance team last week, and I spoke to him again on Monday. So we're coming up to the year-end audit. I'll tend to speak to him maybe every couple of weeks through the year-end audit, more normally probably once a month. More just to keep aligned, really, particularly as he's a new audit partner coming on board.
It's exactly what you should be doing. I applaud that, and it's a gold star answer. And just the rotation for the KPMG is every 2 or 3 years for the senior auditor. 3 years.
Yeah,
Just
3
for
years.
best management practice.
Yeah, 3 years, and they will be coming up to their term at the end of Craig's tenure. So I'm sure that when Michael comes on board, I'll be speaking to him about thinking about how we go out to retender, which we're gonna need to do.
And then I think one more question in your presentation, which was just exemplary to the Gaming Control Board. I heard you say, I believe, that the past chair of the audit committee has remained on the board and is now the chairman. Is that correct? And is that Pierre Bouchou?
That's correct.
So he's an independent chair of the board. Correct.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for your answers. I am incredibly impressed with your credentials. I'm incredibly impressed with your answers and how you've acquitted yourself today. Again, none of these things are very easy. And again, you're in the hot seat. And I think that they are very fortunate to have you there. And I wish you the finest of luck and fortune and patience as these market moves and new taxes come and play. But yeah, you're going to be a very busy person, but I don't know that they could have found someone more capable to be in your chair during this time. I fully support your application.
Thank you very much.
Does anyone else have any other questions or comments? Well, I think this matter is ripe for a motion. Then,
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 4 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
is there any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you so much for being here.
I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Safe travels home. All right, Madam Secretary, because non-restricted number 5 was on consent and number 6 was for board consideration only, I would ask you to read in non-restricted number 7, and we are going to have a disclosure on non-restricted number 7.
Non-restricted number 7 are the applications of Fabio Celadon for finding of suitability and or licensure as a key executive and or officer as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval. And we have a disclosure.
Yes, sorry, I apologize, I didn't get it to you. With respect to non-restricted item number 7, I just want to disclose, as I have previously, that during my time in private practice, I and my firm represented Apollo Global Management and some of its other subsidiaries in federal litigation that's unrelated to the item before us. I do not believe that the independence or judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by this prior relationship, and I intend to participate in deliberation and voting.
Thank you. Good
Good morning
afternoon.
again. Oh, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Tagliaria, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am Erica Okerberg. I am Nevada Gaming Counsel to the company. Here with me today is the applicant, Fabio Celadon. He also is a first-time applicant in Nevada, so he is going to tell you a little bit about his background and talk with you about his duties and responsibilities with the company.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. Glad to be here today. I am Italian. I was born and raised in Italy several years ago. I will not disclose that. I am happily married, a father of 3 children. My 2 girls are in college. They attend Barnard University in New York City. The oldest is a junior. The younger is a sophomore. My 3rd child is a boy, and he's attending a boarding school in New Jersey. And they're all been dealing with some snow as of late, which we were spared of. By way of education, I earned a law degree by Lewis University in Rome, and then a master's of business administration by Columbia University in New York City. I've had a long career in gaming. Before that, I was a banker for a little while, but then joined Lottomatica in 2002 as the CFO of what was then a public lottery operator in Italy. We grew that business meaningfully, and then in 2006 acquired GTech, which was a gaming and lottery technology provider, which is when I relocated to the US and had multiple roles in corporate strategy and development over time. In 2014, I became a US citizen, and I'm very proud of being one. And in 2015, when we acquired IGT, I then relocated to Hong Kong and spent a couple of years there running our Greater China and Asia Pacific operations. And also providing business development services to the company. In 2017, I relocated back to the US. I spent 3 years here in Las Vegas. I was promoted Senior Vice President of our global gaming portfolio and was engaged in R&D, product strategy, and resource allocation for our business. In 2020, I was promoted to Executive Vice President of Corporate Strategy and Development, relocated back to the East Coast, and spent the balance of my experience with that group working on streamlining our portfolio, and that culminated in the disposal of our gaming and digital business, which happened last year when we closed the transaction and sold it to Apollo. As a result of the closing of that transaction and the simultaneous acquisition by Apollo of Everi, I was offered the opportunity to become the CFO of the combined enterprise, and have ever since performed my duties as such. I am in the process of relocating back to Las Vegas, leaving my family behind on the East Coast because they've had enough of me taking them for detours all over the place. And I look forward to that. The process of being investigated by the Nevada Gaming Commission Control Board and the Nevada officers has been a very thorough process, and I appreciate the team spending that much time. And I will be happy to obviously answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for being here today. I'm going to first go to Carson City and ask Commissioner Krolicki if he has any questions or comments.
Madame Tagliati, I like how he said that. It sounds so elegant. I need a nice European accent. Mr. Sellon, very nice to meet you. Very impressed with your presentation to the Gaming Control Board. I think your skill sets are ideal for the situation with the IGT Voyager Apollo merger. Can you talk a little bit? And we've been in the boardroom for much of the agenda today. Now we're back in the C-suite, and I've got a CFO in front of me, so get to ask different kind of questions. But can you talk about the difference between being a CFO in a private company versus a public company? And again, I see that as ideal because at some point Apollo will want to exit, perhaps by IPO, but to have the skills of both private, public is critical, and you seem to have both. But would you mind talking about being a CFO in both sides?
Sure. Well, being part of a private enterprise is a very interesting experience, especially at this time and at this stage of development of the company, with a lot of work to be done in terms of integrating the businesses and turning around some of our less successful operations. Being private is a great advantage. We're not really held to account in terms of quarterly earnings and KPIs. We really focus on making decisions that are long-term in nature. Apollo, as a private sponsor, obviously has a longer-term focus, and they really want us to be able to turn the business around and integrate the two sides of the family, and then pivot to growth. Their focus really is on making sure that when we're ready for a public listing, we will be in good shape. So that's really the main difference. The other important difference is that we have a very close owner and shareholder, and they're used to making decisions quickly, which obviously gives us speed of execution as an advantage. Of course, the goal is to be ready for a public listing sometime in the next several years, and so we will need to maintain some of that discipline around financial controls and the appropriate management of the house. And so, in that respect, obviously, I will be focused on maintaining internal audit functions and activities, and once again, having a close oversight over our internal controls and financial reporting.
Excellent. Well, I will yield to my fellow commissioners, but again, I think your track record, your CV, and your extensive list of current licenses, you were most impressive. And I think your breadth of skill serves this company and these companies, a family of companies, and the mission of the private equity to go back public. You're eminently qualified. Good on them for making these decisions. Welcome to Las Vegas. I hope your family in Boston get some Red Sox games in. I'm doing my Judge Assad imitation. We got to eat Italian food on the North Beach and get frustrated watching the Red Sox. But I hope your time between now and exit strategy doesn't keep you away from them too long. But congratulations, and I'm just absolutely delighted to support your application today.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. So it stood out, why does it take 5 years to get your law degree in Italy? Here it's 3 years, so I was just curious as to what more you're doing. Do you
Well,
specialize? Is that it?
It was, it was a different course of study relative to what happens here. It's a combination of undergrad and grad, and therefore it takes a bit longer. We back then didn't go through an undergraduate degree, but had to choose right away our path. And so I chose law, which I frankly am grateful for, because it's been very helpful in all my experience in terms of giving me a framework to analyze things.
And you also, I see that it's your first license in Nevada, but you've got licenses clearly all over the world, and your background is incredible.
I believe I have almost 200 of them, but I have ways to go to complete the long list of jurisdictions where we do business.
You said that, I was going to ask you how much of your time was spent in Las Vegas as compared to Boston, but you said you're relocating now.
Nearly
to
100%.
Nevada.
In other than business travel, I'm spending most of my time here.
All right. And so you're going to be moving back here.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, it's a pleasure to support your application. Thank you again for being here in person.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yes, thank you for being here, Mr. Celadon. I have a couple of questions. You have 4 direct reports, right? Who do you report to directly?
I report to Hector Fernandez, our incoming CEO.
Right, and so who's the incoming CEO of the organization? Not an Apollo's fund.
No. The Hector is the CEO of the
Excellent.
enterprise, and he reports to the board, and I report to him.
Okay, and this is purely for cultural information for myself. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen anybody born and raised in Venice. Okay, how hard is that? I mean, did you live like on the water? I mean, what can you just quickly just say what happened? How do you grow up quickly when you're being raised in Venice? Do you get on?
I was actually born in Venice, but didn't live in Venice. I grew up in a small town, which is 30 miles from Venice. So
okay. Yeah, I had down as raised as well, and I was thinking, having been to Venice multiple times, thinking such a beautiful city, but
it's a bit of a challenge.
With the doorsteps being right on the waters and little boats and gondolas stopping, I was thinking, how hard is this? I mean,
yeah, it
so
would have been
thank you.
hard, but thankfully I didn't.
Well, anyway, professionally, you've got all the qualifications, and I'm happy to support you. Thank you for being in front of us, sir. Thank you, Chair.
Appreciate that.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Mr. Celadon, thank you for being with us. I just had a couple of questions. I didn't hear you have 2 daughters in college?
Yes.
Are they at the same school?
Yep. Barnard College, part of the Columbia University.
Great. Well, that must be fun. That makes I'm sure that gives you some comfort is to have them together.
It's good to know that. Yeah.
Good. And then the only substantive question that I had is, can you give us any updates with respect to the compliance function? I know you were looking to replace Miss Lauren Howard Fisher.
Yeah, so we have a compliance committee that will convene for the first time tomorrow. As part of the compliance plan, it is anticipated that Mark Dunn, our Chief Legal Officer, who currently oversees the compliance department, will be appointed also compliance officer of the company. Mark has had experience as a compliance officer in the past, and we're fully confident that he will be able to drive the compliance department and be part of that in a very effective way.
Okay, so you're not going to.
We're not going
He's
to
been doing
hire
it.
anyone else.
Okay, perfect. Just curious about that. I didn't have anything else. I mean, your personal background is obviously stellar, and I think you're well suited for the position that you're applying for. And I just want to welcome you to Las Vegas.
I don't have any additional questions. I will simply echo my colleagues' comments that you're, very qualified, and it's a pleasure to have you as a licensee in Nevada, as I anticipate how this motion and vote is going to go. So thank you for being here again. And at this time, I would call for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 7, as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I
I
apologize.
said thank you.
No discussion. All in favor, say aye.
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 All right, and there are none opposed. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank
Thank you.
All right, that brings us, Madam Secretary, to non-restricted number 8.
Non-restricted number 8 are the applications of Boomer Sportsbook LLC, doing business as Boomer Sportsbook, doing business at Bonanza Casino, Racebook and Sports Pool, doing business at Bonanza Casino for a non-restricted gaming license, Racebook and Sports Pool only, and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering. It is also the application of Little Bonanza Inc., doing business as Bonanza Casino to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from the Racebook and Sports Pool, including off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering operated by Boomer Sportsbook, doing business as Bonanza Casino, Racebook and Sports Pool. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Well, it must be a sign that everything is booming. If you're always here, you're always here. And we love having you, by the way.
Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, Mr. Chairman, Judge. My name is Joe Asher. I'm the President and CEO of Boomers Sportsbook, Nevada's only independent sportsbook. Today's application is for Boomers to operate a race and sportsbook at the Bonanza Casino in Reno. And with your approval, this would be our first sportsbook in Reno, and we're real excited to expand into that important market. It's great to be in business with Brian Shelter, the property's general manager, and his father, Russ, who founded the property over 50 years ago. Should you approve us today, our plan is to open on February the 13th. That's the day after William Hill has agreed to depart. We'll do a soft launch so that there's no inconvenience to customers who want to come in and bet, and a formal grand opening the next week. We're tentatively looking at February 17th for that. As you know from our prior meetings, Boomers offers a $250 mobile sign-up match, deposit match that Ryan plans to supplement with an offer on top of that. And that'll be for everyone who comes into the Bonanza and opens a Boomers mobile account. This will be a staffed location with 2 kiosks adjacent to the betting counter. In addition to the sign-up offer, Boomers offers -105 pricing on all NFL games, including the little one that's coming up the Sunday after this one. Unfortunately, not with the Eagles in it, but we will continue to offer aggressive pricing after the football season so that customers can still look to Boomers to offer the best value in the state. And I've got to say, we took a pretty big bet earlier this morning on the Seahawks, so we now have the best price in the state on New England. And we're going to continue our point spread insurance promotion on select basketball games and our backjack promotion on all Golden Knights games. So thank you again for the opportunity to appear today, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Right, since it's a northern property, I'm going to start with Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. Mr. Asher, always a pleasure and a very regular one, as Chair has already mentioned. Is Mr. Sheltra on the line?
I believe his appearance was waived today, so he's not Commissioner.
All right, and that makes me sad because, I mean, not that I had questions for him, but Mr. Sheltra and I have some past. He was the vice chairman of the Nevada Commission on Tourism when I had the gavel, and he just was, you know, just a good soul. He's got a public service gene in his heart that he performed, and I think he did that for 8 years in total, but at least a couple of years as vice chair, and he did an exquisite job. And he also knows his way not only around, you know, northern Nevada and Reno, but you know, he went to school at UNLV. He studied in Lausanne, Switzerland, hotel. I mean, he's just the real deal and a good man, and it's a very good partner for you to have, Mr. Asher, as you begin your expansion into the new market of not the new market, but for you in Reno. Now, we've kicked your tires plenty. I always enjoy your exchanges with Judge Assad. You could sell tickets to, you know, you just give a podcast on points and spreads and, you know, all that. It's, you know, I'll make the popcorn, but no, happy to support this. I see it. It's compelling, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And I have to mention to you that Ryan told me about his service on the board with you, and he's quite proud of it. And I certainly concur in your view as to the quality of the individual that he is.
He did a great job for Nevada.
Okay, just as far as the waiver of his appearance, you don't really need any help, do you?
Well,
Every time
I
you come
take
up
all the help. Listen, I take all the help I can get, especially around the house. But I am always looking for help.
I've said it before and I've said it again. You like present like gaming counsel or an enrolled agent, same kind of presentation. Very smooth. This time, do you have any questions or comments?
No, I just noticed that, yeah, that was a shout. Oh, sorry. That was a shout out to Judge Assad up there on the Patriots. So I caught that. Other than that, it's a pleasure always to see you every month.
Well, thank you very much, Commissioner. Unfortunately, I don't think the judge can come into bed anymore, but maybe others will.
Do you have anything?
I don't. It's always a pleasure. But I did want to thank you for the update, which you updated the board on. That wasn't a big deal, but I do appreciate just understanding how it works.
Thank you.
All right, I don't have any questions or comments. I appreciate you being here. At this time, I would ask if any of my colleagues have a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 8 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion?
With conditions.
Right, as recommended by the Gaming Control Board with the conditions stated therein.
Any discussion on the motion?
No.
There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 9?
Non-restricted number 9 is the application of Alan Curtis for licensure as a key employee at GLM Gaming LLC, doing business as Barton's Club 93. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. For the record, Madam Secretary, Jennifer Gaynor here with my client Alan Curtis, General Manager of Barton's Club 93 up in Jackpot, Nevada. As we shared at the board meeting, GLM Gaming took over this location 1 year ago in January 2025, and things have been going well, which they attribute in part to the contributions of Mr. Curtis. So they're very supportive of this application. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Curtis to introduce himself. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Alan Curtis, General Manager, Barton's Club 93. I'm pleased to find myself here today in front of you. I understand that most of you saw the board, so I'll keep it short. As noted at the board hearing, I take full responsibility for the unintentional non-disclosure of certain items in my application and stand ready to answer any questions you may have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And thank you for being here. I'm going to ask my colleagues first here in Las Vegas, if anybody has any questions or comments.
Sure. Thank you for being here. Mr. Curtis, I did have a few questions from your testimony in front of the Gaming Control Board, but it's more of curiosity and improvements. You have talked about the fact that you have all instituted and will continue to institute multiple improvements to the gaming structure that you have, whether it's on the floor or how you were talking about your customers, your guests, and you have already restructured some of the benefits for your guests. Could you elaborate a bit on that? I mean, and how have they reacted, considering that you have somewhat, I would think, a very close market to where you're based? So the reaction must be either instantaneous, or do you hear the feedback, social media? Can you elaborate a bit?
We've pretty much turned it. We almost had no real rewards program with the old owners. And we've now implemented different tier levels and all of that. Our base is really 45 miles away, but we do get instantaneous feedback. We get a lot of regulars, and at first they did not like it, but within 2 or 3 months, boy, they could see. I mean, and And we're actually drawing in more people than we ever have before.
At first, they didn't like it.
Just change,
Oh.
period. I mean, you remove one machine that's been sitting there for 20 years off the floor and boy, that was their favorite machine, even though they never played it, you know?
Okay, well, well, thank you. Very interesting. Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Thank you, Chair.
Does anyone else have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Chair. I, obviously watched your presentation. I'm glad I did because, when I looked through the investigative materials based on the issues you've had throughout, I guess, the beginning of the 2000s, I was very concerned and thinking maybe a limited license. But it does look like, especially from, the board meeting, I was impressed and I saw that you really turned everything around and you've been really a great asset to that casino. So I'm happy to support your application. I'm really glad that you've really, for the best, really changed your whole life. So congratulations on that.
Thank you.
I don't have anything additionally. Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. Mr. Curtis, thank you for sharing with us your story. I know sometimes these things can be uncomfortable, but the way you've addressed them have been exemplary, and I would recommend you in your testimony to those who follow who've had youthful pickles in their life that make some things hard. But I think you're tremendously qualified. I'm perfectly comfortable. Jackpot's a special place, in the state that not many people get to drive by or much less spend the night in. But you've made it good. You made it strong. You're putting elbow grease and spirit and passion into it. Exactly what Jackpot needs. And I'm delighted to support your application today.
Sir, I don't have any additional comments or questions. I think my colleagues have covered it. And so I will support your application. And at this time, I would ask if one of my colleagues has a motion.
Certainly, Chair. Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 9 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Discussion on the motion?
No.
There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Curtis.
Appreciate
Thank
your
you, sir.
appearances here today. All right, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in to the record, non-restricted number 10.
Non-restricted number 10 are the applications of Tonopah Station House Corporation, Inc., doing business as Tonopah Station, the Bank Club, Inc., doing business as the Bank Club of Tonopah, and Santa Fe Club to add, remove, or modify conditions. It is also the applications of Fred Kaiser Sr. for licensure as a key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a disclosure and a recusal on this item.
Secretary. Whoops. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Because of my longstanding friendship with Attorney Bruce Leslie, who represents the clients reflected on this agenda item number non-restricted 10, I do not feel I can be fair and impartial in this matter, and our friendship material affects the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in this situation, and accordingly, I recuse. Thank you.
I have a disclosure to make. Although it's not a mandated disclosure under Chapter 281A of the Nevada Revised Statutes, I thought I would disclose in an abundance of caution that Jim Marsh and my father go back so many years. I think I was in high school when you met. So I wasn't hanging out with you both, and he has known you for many, many years, considers you a friend. I believe you've maybe seen each other within the last 6 months. So I thought I would make that record. That being said, we don't have a personal relationship, and I don't think there's anything about that relationship with my father that would cause a reasonable person in my situation to be materially affected by the relationship. and I do not see a basis to recuse or disqualify myself, based upon any interest. So, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. Bruce Leslie appearing on behalf of Mr. Marsh and his entities. Next to me is Mr. Kaiser. I did not prepare his application. I don't represent him, but I'm here to assist. And I understand also that Mr. Flood, I think I saw him, he's back there also. And same thing, I didn't review or prepare his application, but to the extent it is influenced by this, I'm here to help. I think I'll give a little background of Mr. Marsh's gaming experience and then kind of take direction from you all on how you want to proceed with all of the facts surrounding why we're here today that relate to your regulatory authority. In 1983, Mr. Marsh acquired the Santa Fe Saloon. It was a 1905 saloon that had been continuously running, which makes it one of the oldest saloons in Nevada. It's located in Goldfield, which is a community of 500 people. It has a large wood burning stove, a pool table, and some TVs so that people can socialize in that community. 8-room motel, 8 coin-operated laundry rooms, so people have access to cleaning their clothes, washers and dryers, and it's open Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, so it's part-time. In around 1998, Mr. Marsh acquired, make sure I got this right, the Bank Club, and that was a formal, it's located in Tonopah, excuse me, it's on the highway. Tonopah is a town of less than 2,000 people, large mining community. Has a bar and a restaurant, 65 gaming machines, same TV, sports TV issue. The restaurant is going through renovation right now. It's closed. There's an ATM kiosk and there's a sports betting kiosk located there. My wife, who was teaching at UNR, one of her students said that the Chinese restaurant at the Bank Club was the best in Northern Nevada. So take some pleasure out of that. In 1996, Mr. Marsh acquired Longstreet, which is located in Armagosa Valley. That's a small community of less than 1,200 people. It's the gateway to Death Valley from the Nevada side. There's 55 slots, 60 rooms. There's 50 RV spaces. There's a restaurant. There's a mini mart, which is open 24 hours to support the local community and their needs. Going forward from that, in 2002, he acquired Tonopah Station and a hotel, again located in Tonopah, 79 hotel rooms with a couple of suites. There's 81 total gaming machines. They're all slots. There's an ATM on the property. There's an entertainment lounge and bar for the locals with giant screen TVs, televises national sports events, dining rooms and kitchens. There is also a laundry there with 26 coin-operated machines to support the local community. There's 20 RV spaces. There's an adjoining retail complex, which leases space to the Nevada DMV, to the Highway Patrol, to parole and probation. It also leases space to the Rayleighs, which is the only shopping center, not shopping center, the only grocery store within a 100-mile radius. So it supports the community. I guess you could go to Hawthorne, which is 110 miles away. You could go to Bishop, which is another 120, or you could go to Beatty, which is another 100. So there's a large population that it supports. Also has an ATM kiosk and a William Hill sports betting facility. In 2012, he acquired the Bug Bar, which is also located in Tonopah. It's a bar that sits up on the hill. It's got a pretty view. People like to hang out there. It's got 9 bar tops. It's a restricted license. There's also a small hotel that's operated at that property. And then the most recent one that he's acquired, which was the Occidental, which we were in front of you in 2025. It's kind of an exciting little place for the town of Goldfield. There's 12 gaming machines, and it has this amazing carved Victorian back bar, which was imported from Europe back in the days when that town was going and blowing. Same thing about supporting the local community. There's a 70-inch TV for watching sports. People get cash advances from the ATM machine that they couldn't get otherwise. And there is plans to put in a cigarette machine because people can't buy smokes anywhere else in the town. Of course, he also, not subject to the scrutiny of this particular hearing, he also owns the Skyline Hotel and Casino, which he acquired in 2003. Those of us that are local to Nevada know its location is down in Henderson, Boulder Highway. It has slots, it's got blackjack, it's got poker room. 80 of the machines are coin drops so that it keeps the local flavor of the old Nevada style, which is, we think, cool. He also developed 51 hotel rooms to support the local community, again, because there weren't any places close to people that lived in that area. And that's done very well also. I guess this is a bit of a plug, but he wants me to mention that the restaurant has world famous prime rib dinner and that there's live entertainment every day of the week. I will apologize for speaking on his behalf. He had a throat operation last month, and I'm sure he'll jump on me if I make a mistake in doing this. And you good? Okay. So, yeah, why are we here? The history of the property is that on occasion there's been some issues. There was a 2016 order to show cause that I want to just briefly mention, because that order to show cause did not include any of the issues that were in the most recent order to show cause in 2024. It had two small issues, probably representative of people and how human we are. One of them was that the slot operators or the slot team at Tonopah Station were being paid on the basis of the results of the slot machines, which of course is a no-no. And as soon as Tina was told not to do that, she stopped that. But I guess it's explainable because that property had hotel operations, food and beverage, and other operations. They were trying to reward the slot people accordingly to their production and not get mixed up. Wrong, it was fixed. The bank club didn't have that problem because their slot team were being compensated based upon the entire income of the entire operations. The other violation was that they had a promotion, and it was the Gator promotion. And for those of us that may be old enough to remember this, Gator was an ATV, and they had real slot machines. And so on the reel, there was no place to put the designation that you knew you won the jackpot. So people were confused. So the slot tech decided to come along with some Scotch tape and some little thing and put a picture of a gator on the reel where the slot was the maximum payoff, and so that people could see that they won the gator. And of course, the tape and stuff was pulled off as soon as the violation was identified in 2016. And so I guess the point I want to make on those particular violations is that none of them are related to taxing, none of them are related to the integrity of the game or the safety of the patron. And none of them had any of the violations that we were talking about with regard to 2024. So I put that one aside for a minute. I wanted to explain it because if you take a look at the history, you go, oh my gosh, look at all these things. There's a second order show cause. But I wanted to make the point that it's a very different circumstance. Now, as to the 2024 order to show cause, we're talking in January when it came out, and then a violation letter came out, and then it eventually resulted in being an order to show cause in June of 2024. The interim period of time, I think, is worth taking a look at the process. The process was the violation letter comes out, Mr. Marsh asks Tina to take care of it. he engages I Bailey in April of 2024 to assist in fixing the problems, which they did. The problems with Ms. Pace continued to accelerate, and it resulted in another letter which was sent to her because she refused to cooperate vigorously with gaming agents when they were asking her questions about her son, who was accused of some criminal violations. And I'm not sure where that prosecution is, but I appreciate that he is being prosecuted by Nye County for some criminal violations. So at that time, Mr. Marsh gets concerned and said, you know, maybe Tina needs some help. She had a lot of personal issues that were going on in her life, and they'd had a 16-year relationship where there weren't any problems that he was aware of. He talks to Mr. Flood, asks Mr. Flood to come in. Mr. Flood comes in. We proceed ahead. I want to call out that the order to show cause has a period of time within which you're supposed to file a response. Prior to that, and the order to show cause also had 3 recommendations that they wished. Prior to filing our response, we filed an application to amend the conditions of his licenses for Tonopah and Bank Club so that we would embrace and ask for those conditions from the order to show cause to be brought in. So we were fully complacent and wanted to cooperate and agreed that those restrictions were good. No one's fighting it. No one was contesting it, and the response was filed. There were proceeding ahead. The issues were being addressed. Mr. Flood was going ahead and had his hands full with a lot of issues prior to the response being filed with applicant services. Sorry, the response being filed with the AG's office and the application to amend the conditions with applicant services. Mr. Marsh was talking to Tina, this was in June 24th, let's say, about staying on and transitioning and to help Mr. Flood so that he could, you know, step into the shoes, because if your general manager walks off, it's just a total disaster. And in this case, especially one that hadn't been conversant with the online slot system, that had been keeping books and records and on a piece of paper, that the papers had been disappearing and that sort of thing. And so she said, fine, I'll do that. And then 3 days later, I guess she just walked off the property. I highlight that because this comes into the period of time where you've got 60 days to respond and file a new key licensee application, key license application, key license employee application. And so board member Sindel was asking the question, well, you missed the 60 days. And I guess I'm giving these facts to say that, well, when Tina left, nobody was really sure if she left. I mean, there'd been a 16-year relationship. Maybe she comes back, maybe she doesn't. Doesn't excuse that. I think she said it was an 11-day gap. There was some confusion, I think, on Mr. Flood's case. He filed an application within the 60 days for Tonopah Station, but it didn't include the other properties. That application was fixed in September. And so all the other properties were included. So in the interim, we're going along. Mr. Marsh decided that he needed some help with the accounting features or functions. Local help wasn't available, so he hired Larry King to come in, who had a background, was recommended by Bailey, and Larry started to help. At one point, Mr. Flood left the operation. That was in October. And in November, Mr. Kaiser came in and took over for Mr. King based upon his skill level. In the interim period of time, the online slot system of condition number 1 was in place. The training took place and the people were qualified. As to condition number 2, somebody talented with accounting background in gaming, Miss Victoria Nazer was brought on. She is his controller at the Skyline property. So the 2 conditions were addressed. Then the 3rd condition was I Bailey Eide Bailly was already performing accounting services, and so they agreed that they would operate in the compliance function as the independent compliance people. And they have been doing that, even, well, let me say it differently. They thought that the trajectory would be, we're going to be here, we're going to help you. Once we get the system sorted out for you guys, then we'll actually step into the role of being the compliance person. We want to be sure that stuff's sorted out. And so they did that in Q2 of 2025. And they've filed, I think, 3 reports with tax and licensing showing their report in the compliance function. I guess what I would also point out is in this interim period of time, gaming did an audit, and the audit was through the period of April 2025, and there were violations. I saw a draft of their report yesterday at 3:00 in the afternoon, and I don't know if you all had access to it, and I'm addressing it thinking that maybe you did, because you're gonna look at it and go, well, here, there were 20 violations, what's going on? And I'm answering by saying, look at the time, which was through April 2025. And from that point forward, Eide Bailly was involved, and they produced 3 reports, and tax and licensing has it. And I think they're going to show that it's a very different story. I will also say that we're in the process of filing a response to this draft, and then we're going to have the conference, and hopefully that things will be different and things will be sorted out. I guess I'll pause at this point. I've been going on probably longer than you wished I would, but I'm happy to entertain questions at this point in time.
Commissioner Krolicki, do you have any questions at this point in time?
I have a couple comments, but is this the conclusion of the remarks by Mr. Leslie, who did it very well, and is very difficult for Mr. Marsh to restrain himself and not to jump in. I say that teasingly, Mr. Marsh. I'm sorry you had your throat surgery.
So are you done with the presentation is what we're asking?
Yeah, I guess my only other comment that I would add, Chair, is that we're totally in agreement with the conditions that the board recommended. I think Chair Dreitzer had some questions on 2 matters that didn't make them into the conditions, and which we've said fine. And I will tell him I've asked Eide Bailly to alter its engagement letter to include the concerns that you had going forward. So I entertain your questions at this point.
Then, Madam Chair, I'll just make a couple comments. I too have known Mr. Marsh for quite a long time. He's quite a character, and his hobby of establishing bars and eateries and remote and rural Nevada, are legendary. I think I've had the pleasure to visit just about all of these. The Occidental is new for me, but the others have all been special, especially the Santa Fe on Jim Butler days. We would always head out there, go out to Goldfield, and again, just very special. Do you still own the bar in Belmont that's open one day a year?
Brian, I never did own the bar. I own my house in Belmont, but not the bar.
All right.
However, I've been in that bar.
But you're a curator of rural Nevada history, and it's always a pleasure and a thrill to spend time with you, sir. Now, Mr. Leslie, you did a great job laying all of that out. The Gaming Control Board conversation was extensive, but the questions were all good. Chair Dreitzer's comments, and I appreciate the Attorney General's office, doing yeoman's work real time to get the conditions in order. But I think, the agreement and the work that has been done, you agree to the conditions that were negotiated and discussed, again, extensively. We just got to make this right. I believe the pieces are in place to do this. Mr. Kaiser, you drive 100 miles a day. I hope your reimbursement rate is higher than the IRS allowed rate. But no, you're stretched. I think you're bringing in the right pieces. And again, I want this to be focused forward and I believe you can do these things, but with the reporting and monitoring, if somehow this pathway does not suffice, then we'll have some more conversations. But as presented to us after the hard work of so many people around the Gaming Control Board, I'm certainly prepared to support this solution today as it's been presented.
Thank you. Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you. Mr. Kaiser, you mentioned, I think you're traveling 3,000 miles a month.
Well, it's really, it might be a little bit exaggerated. It's more like 1,500 to 2,000. If I have to go into Las Vegas, see Mr. Marsh, usually it's not 100 miles a day because I'm there 10, 11 days at a time.
What's the distance between Tonopah and Goldfield?
127 miles. Takes 2 hours.
Okay, and then
The Highway Patrol knows me pretty good.
I'm
And
sorry,
where
the
do you-
distance between Tonopah and Goldfield, was that your question?
No,
Yes.
Tonopah and Goldfield is 27 miles.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a quick
No,
jump down the
I
road.
thought she meant Armagosa to Tonopah is 127 miles.
Okay, and that was my other question was
Yeah.
how far that was. And where do you live?
I live at Long Street Casino and at Tonopah. I have an apartment at Long Street upstairs next to my office, and I have a suite at Tonopah Station,
Okay.
full-time suite.
You know, I was obviously just concerned with the nature of the violations. There's quite a few of them. Although, Mr. Leslie, I realize you pointed out just the 2 violations that were mentioned in the 2016 order to show cause. There was 2 violations that led to the order, but there were also other violations that were repeated in 2024. So other findings.
So if I understand the question and I want to be helpful, my appreciation from looking at what the gaming staff sent me when I asked to take a look at the OSC of 2016 was that there were only 2 violations listed on that.
Right, there's only 2 violations listed on the order to show cause, but when you look at the audit
Oh,
findings.
I'm
and
sorry.
the
I didn't
violations-
see that. I apologize. I saw
there's-
the order to show cause. I didn't see anything else.
Yeah. Yeah,
There's
in the
nothing
audit findings,
attached.
there's a number of repeat violations, and my concern is that those violations aren't, or findings are not clerical. I mean, they seem to be more systemic. So
Well, I think that that's a fair comment and the process was, and let me help you to help me. The correspondence with gaming is sent to the property. Tina Pace was the general manager at the property. She controlled what Mr. Marsh saw. Mr. Marsh was unaware of these sort of violations. I think even staff acknowledged that the response to the order to show cause was done by Ms. Pace, not by Mr. Marsh. We have asked if the correspondence could be sent to his business location in Las Vegas, and the response was no, we have to send it to the property. So there's this issue, and I guess I'm not excusing the errors, but I'm saying that mechanically there's a problem where if management doesn't care to share these correspondence with the owners, they're not going to see it. And I think that's what happened in this case, because to your point, I believe that during the period of time from 2016 to 2024, there were plenty of violations, is my suspicion. Just never became public to us until the order to show cause in 2024.
Well, I just didn't want to, and again, I mean, I'm not looking for specific corrective or response to the issue that I didn't want it to seem like we're minimizing the number of recurring issues. There's a number of them. I mean, these audits are not clean by any means. And while we all expect to have human errors, somebody forgets to sign something or, there may be isolated issues of procedures not being followed. The problem here seemed to be that procedures weren't in place. That's something that I think, unless you address that immediately, it's something that's going to keep recurring and it's going to lead to more orders to show cause. So if you don't have a good system of internal controls, then, I would suggest, I mean, that has to be job number 1. I know this company that you hired, was doing limited work, and I understand you expanded it. What else beyond that? What's the plan? I mean, what's the plan to keep this from happening?
Sure. I think the plan is that Mr. Kaiser's there now and he can at some point get into his background and his experience in the gaming industry, which would be much more complete than Ms. Pace had. Ide Bailey is looking over the shoulder and helping with that process. I mean, part of the problem is the lack of talented people in a place like Tonopah.
What's and I apologize for interrupting.
Sure. No, please.
What's the involvement of the person that you indicated from the Skyline? Is she still involved in helping out?
Absolutely. Yeah. Victoria Nazer. And she's been the controller at the Skyline for a number of years. She was just recently up there. Her function wouldn't be internal control function. I would say her function is, or an accounting function. Her function is really more tax and licensing, compliance, making sure that the online slot system is properly reporting revenue. That would be her function.
And I appreciate the comment you made as far as the lack of talent, necessarily. I understand these are small communities. Your properties are important to these small communities. So obviously we want to find a way to make it right and to make sure that, they continue to be operated and successful. But we'd like that to be also in compliance with the regulatory issues. And, some of the functions that you seem to be falling down on, the property seem to be falling down on in terms of procedures, those are things that can be done remotely. So you don't necessarily need to have somebody in Tonopah or in, Goldfield. I mean, if you have somebody that's overseeing some of these compliance issues, they can do it remotely from Las Vegas, from Reno, from maybe larger communities that have the ability to keep you on the right track, to put processes in place, and then just, you can follow up remotely to make sure that these things are being done. I don't know much about the consulting company that you're using, the Ide Bailey, but obviously they're going to limit themselves to whatever the scope is of the engagement, and that can be problematic if they're not constantly overseeing that, there's a process for when an employee gets hired, who's responsible for making sure their application, that they're actually registered properly with the board, who maintains the list of employees to make sure that the annual renewals are getting sent in, and that, all the other paperwork. Those are the types of things that I could see you doing successfully on a remote basis if needed, to make sure that you stay in compliance and allow Mr. Kaiser to focus on operations. Ultimately, I mean, I don't know what the problem is, and, I don't purport to interject myself into where the board sends notices, but I mean, unfortunately, the owner's responsible whether.
Yeah, I want to hope that next time gaming does an audit, that the numbers are going to be very different. And again, I highlight that the gaming audit that you have in front of you was through the period of through April 2025. And then Ide Bailey came in April of 2025 coming forward, and their reports, which tax and licensing have, I think, shows a large reduced number of compliance issues. But let's be very clear, Ide Bailey engaged as the compliance contractor doesn't do the level of investigation that gaming does. So we acknowledge that. So we may get you have one, the last one I think said, one violation that was simple to cure. That doesn't necessarily mean that everything that gaming arose in their report has necessarily been addressed, but we're on it. We're going to work on the response to their draft. And so I totally agree. Victoria Nazer, for example, she does most of her work remotely. That works, I think, okay, when it's a tax function. But when you're talking about a function that day to day sitting there, filling out the paperwork or actually putting it on the computer, you need someone locally to be doing that actually sees the evidence to trace. As you know, I mean, this is your background, that sees the evidence string and can actually put it into the computer. And I think Mr. Kaiser's got someone trained to do that. Mr. Marsh initially tried to hire someone who had those skills from Tonopah, and she didn't want to work more than 20 hours a week. And so that was a problem for that day-to-day stuff. So I don't mean to say this in a way that would offend you, but you're preaching to the choir. Totally, we want to get this solved for all the reasons you say, the integrity of the game, making sure that Mr. Marsh is properly following the revenue stream and getting the money he wants. It's hard, as you know, because when Ms. Pace left, she had kept everything on paper, and several boxes of paper walked out the door with her. And now you're constructing a compliance and accounting system with large gaps in it. And how do you do that? So that's sort of an explanation of why at least those functions have taken a little bit longer. But does
Who
that
does,
answer your question? Was I helpful with that?
It's helpful. I mean, it's, I mean, I appreciate that, you know, obviously there's not a whole lot you can do after the fact, but they seem more like excuses than solutions. Who does your payroll?
Have it done through corporate accounting.
You want to hit the,
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
It's done through corporate accounting. We keep the records at the casino and we turn them into our Gary Leans, which is an accountant for Mr. Marsh. They do our payroll.
Okay.
yeah, Gary Lane is with the accounting firm of Hilburn and Lean in Las Vegas here, and he does all of Mr. Marsh's accounting work. I mean, to give you a sense of perspective, not to diminish the importance of doing this right, these Northern Nevada properties are probably from an SEC reporting standard would be immaterial to his net worth or the revenue that's being generated. And therefore, Mr. Lean, who does all the other work, handles the payroll also.
Okay. No, and I understand. I mean, obviously these aren't material in the concept of Mr. Marsh himself, but you know, again, I mean, they still have to be held to the same standards. And I asked who did payroll only because one of the recurring violations that I saw is, you know, the property's inabilities to get people registered. And that would be kind of the first, you know, stopping point. I mean, if you're paying somebody that is doing a gaming function.
We have an accounts payable person who's also the HR director who takes care of the time and training. She does collects the time and turns it into accounting, but she does all the interviews. I mean, I do the interviews with the people, and then she does the registration for the gaming cards.
And then one of the conditions that has been added is that the person takes training, the online training, I think it is. And I just want to call out with regard to that condition. My appreciation is that system is not efficient yet. And so while there's this 60 or 90 days, sorry, I took my glasses off, period of time to be compliant, I would just say that from our perspective, that's compliant from when the software is available to train this person. So.
Well, I mean, software is not necessarily needed. I mean, it obviously makes things, it facilitates things and makes it easier. But if you're paying people that aren't registered, that should be able to be spotted pretty quickly.
Right.
So,
I agree.
you know, those are the type of recurring issues that I'm very uncomfortable with, that if the property can't get a hold of even those simple issues, then to me, it indicates a lack of commitment to compliance. So.
Yeah, we talk about every employee, any new employee that comes on. I personally talk with the HR director and we start the process of registration to see if they're a viable candidate. If they don't pass the screening process, we don't put them through.
Okay,
And
I'll go
complete
ahead
the
and defer to
process.
my colleagues at this point. Thank you.
Well, we totally agree with you. I nothing to say other than that. And trying to get it in place so that it happens. I think it's in place now, to be truthful. I'm sorry, yes, Chair.
Well, I do have some familiarity with Eide Bailly, and I was kind of, I guess I was, and if I missed this in the meeting with the board, I apologize. We get so much material and I watch the meetings and try to remember every single little thing, but well, first of all, who's working with Eide Bailly? Like and is there a team that's working with them? A person, someone with gaming experience, a lawyer, just an accountant? Do you know?
I'm trying to understand your question. Are you asking who in Mr. Marsh's team is dealing with Eide Bailly?
Yeah, well, does Eide Bailly have a point person, the one consultant for this task, or is it a team?
Yeah, so I can
That
try
would
to
be,
get you their names.
that would be Victoria Nazar and also my assistant general manager, Elias Garrido. They
And
work very close together. He's receiving a lot of training from her as far as compliant issues.
Okay, and so the Eide Bailly staffer is
He's talking about people on the
On
ground.
their
from-
staff, right,
Good.
correct.
Okay, that's,
Side is Matt Phillips and Spencer Ottman.
And are they accountants or what gives them the, I know, gaming compliance kind of gravitas that
mhm.
allows you to feel comfortable paying them for this consulting work? I'm just,
Sure, I think Matt Phillips used to work for the Gaming Control Board.
okay, and then who, I'm sorry, it's
And I
Spencer.
can't speak to
Spencer
Ottman's.
Upman, I'm not sure what his capacity is. Spencer?
Yeah,
No, not sure.
he's answering because he actually has met Spencer and I haven't.
Well, the only reason I'm asking, if you were to go on the Eid Bailey website, for example, it's just kind of a generic consulting services and accounting and it's a lovely website. I'm not criticizing it. I'm simply saying you wouldn't have it's interest. I'm curious how you found your way there.
Well, he found his way there because they were doing the Skyline for all these years. And Skyline, I think, is
17 years.
I think it's got a decent reputation with you people in terms of its compliance and its systems. I'm not saying that when an audit comes, there aren't a couple of things. There always is, as Commissioner Solis Randy pointed out, that we're human and people make mistakes. But so he's had a long history with them. And
Meaning Matt and Spencer or Eid?
no, Eid Bailey.
Okay. I was just curious.
Yeah, no, so Spencer and Matt are located in northern Nevada. And there was a problem initially where it was coming out of the Las Vegas office, and then the partner in charge went away on some sort of 3 months vacation or something like that. And so the decision was to move it closer to northern Nevada and people that had more experience in the smaller rural casinos. And so that's how it ended up in Reno. And they're good guys. I don't know, maybe.
Chair, can I just interject for your information? Both are former agents with the board. Matt was an audit agent and Spencer was a tax and licensing agent. So they do have extensive experience on the matters before us.
Thank you, Chairman Dartzer.
Just all the people that are involved. I just wanted to make sure. And do we know how long ago did they leave?
I can ask Chief Rippey about that. Chief Rippey?
Chief Rippey, for the record, Matt Phillips has been gone for quite some time. I would say 5 years at least. Spencer Ottman within the last 2 years, I would say.
Okay, thank you. So I don't know, maybe just because I'm old, but that seems like yesterday. They were just there. Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Chair. This is a most enveloping saga, but it's revolves around people. It's people, the issues are the people, the ground. And I wanted to ask, you had mentioned that, Mr. Kisney, you actually have now two operations managers, one at each location. Is that right?
I have an operations manager at each property. Yes.
Right. And do they have you delegated perhaps any responsibility specifically to them besides the day-to-day?
Yes,
making sure the building
I
is-
delegate to them full authority in my absence, and they talk to me if there's any question.
And then
They confer with me on every
that's-
detail. If I'm at one of the other properties, they call me on everything.
So there are two additional really resources that are, how recent is it since these two folks came on board, roughly?
Elias has been with me about 11 months. Rochelle's been with me 2 years.
To help you, Rochelle's at Long Street.
The operation.
And at Tonopah, that's Elias. And he was hired from the Mizpah. He was working for them and was brought across. Mizpah is the hotel casino that's across the street.
Right, but so I was trying to make sure that as we were talking about missing pieces or pieces that don't, or there's responsibilities that don't have a piece that they fall under. Theoretically, you have two individuals perhaps that have we touched on these names already? And I just missed the names as you were explaining, where you can delegate some of these, whether it's compliance responsibilities or items like that, that would assist and take the pressure of your workload, Mr. Kaiser. Obviously, if you're doing whatever it is you're doing, 1,500, 2,000, 3,000, that all sounds the same to me. I mean, it's like a lot of miles.
A few miles, yes.
But So I'm just throwing it out there. So these people, you are trying to expand their roles? to
Yes,
help you?
I don't know that this is ready for the newspaper,
Okay.
but I think there's intention that Elias will probably be the person that fits into the condition where there is a full-time person on site at Tonopah Station.
Okay.
And we did not mention Rochelle or Elias prior to this, so you didn't miss anything.
There are some wheels in motion. In other words, it's not that we need a definitive statement right now. It's encouraging to know, though, that where we've had finding the right people, as you've mentioned, and fully understandable, there's a
Yes,
lot
I
of
had to-
optimism to be based on the fact that we have some people who can now assist.
Yes.
That's the only reason I wanted to mention that.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you, Chair.
Does anybody else, Commissioner Krolicki or Solus Rainey, as a result of any of the questions that have come up, have anything else before we see if there's a motion someone's ready to make? All right, there being no additional questions or comments, does anyone have a motion?
Pardon me for interrupting you. I think if you're going to make a motion and it was for approval, you're going to include the conditions in that motion.
Yes.
And I'm taking a look at the first set of conditions, and I just spoke to counsel for you. The condition which talks about the responsible person for registering gaming employees and the one that requires a filing once a year around February 1st, those two conditions were intended to apply to the non-restricted, not the restricted licensees in this application or in this hearing.
So we're in non-restricted number 10, and we have,
Well, you've got
Is there a way to make this-
restricted,
right, is there a way to make this, well, I don't know which council you were talking to, so,
chap over there.
'cause it's usually Darlene, whether she likes it or not.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Oh, I just wanted to make a record who we spoke to. That's all.
Yes, we confirmed that the Tonopah and the Blanc Club or Blanc Club are the two non-restricteds. The rest are restricted. So those two conditions would apply only to the Tonopah and the Bank Club.
Could you maybe just go over the conditions? Because I have the old ones and then I know the new ones that were discussed, but which conditions are we talking about that apply only to these two?
On the agenda, they're listed in the first block of conditions is number 1 and number 2. Do you have that for you on the agenda?
Hold on, this is over here. Yes. So 1 and 2?
Right.
Okay.
So read together, yeah, I mean, to be the first 6 conditions would apply to Tonopah Bank Club. And the last condition would apply to Tonopah Station only and to James Marsh, sole proprietor of Santa Fe Club. So Santa Fe Club and the Tonopah would be the next condition, and then the limitation would apply to Mr. Kaiser's application.
So there's no change to the way they're listed on the agenda? Okay.
No, it's
All
fine.
right, that's what created the confusion. Sorry, I thought you were moving things around and. Okay, appreciate it.
So I don't know if I actually finished my sentence of, does anyone have a motion? I think I have to ask that now.
I can do one. I'm just not clear fully on which conditions apply to which. But if for clarity's sake,
Hold
then
on one
perhaps if we could just clarify.
Wait 1 second.
Oh,
Maybe
sorry.
I might have been premature. I thought
Okay.
we were done on everything, but if we're not, if you have any additional questions or comments on anything to do with any of the entire item, an agenda item, now would be the time, I think.
Turned it off instead of on. Mr. Kaiser, I thought we were dealing with the entities and we hadn't turned over to you, so I apologize. Tell me a little bit more about, how you feel your prior experience makes you adequately prepared to lead several properties. It seems like your background has, you've been in gaming and, you know, security functions and different
Since
functions.
1971.
Right, but you haven't been in leadership positions for most of that time.
I've
correct?
been the assistant general manager of the Silverbird and the Holiday International at the same time in 1979. I got a key employee license, liquor license, and business license in 1979.
Let me see. Let me go back to you. Okay, so I wasn't getting that from our material. So give me a snapshot of your background in gaming.
You want the whole story?
Quickly, I mean, I know you were, I had the background, you know, that you'd worked in security, I believe in Pahrump, and then maybe at Golden locally.
Yeah, I
You
did
had-
that in Pahrump. Just, I was bored. I was tired. I was retired and just bored, and I did security work just to get back into casinos a little bit. I was retired for 9 years.
Okay,
And you want me to give you a little bit about my
so
background?
when you, yes, just give me a brief overview.
My family moved here in 1962 when I was 12 years old. I graduated Las Vegas High School in 1969. And during that time, as young kids, young boys did in those days, they all worked as busboys or dishwashers. I started as a busboy and I moved up to dishwasher. That was a pretty good advancement, $2 a day more. So I worked my way through, after that, I went into the work for banking. I worked at Valley Bank, or actually Valley Bank in Nevada, Nevada National Bank. I was a vault teller. I handled up to $4 million a day in cash. So I got a lot of experience handling cash. So to get up, I was 20 years old at that time. So you couldn't work in a casino until you were 21. So I got a job at the casino at Circus Circus in 1971 as a cage cashier. I worked for several casinos as a cage cashier for years until 1975 when I was at the Tropicana. And one of my old coworkers called me and asked me if I wanted to be part of a new casino called Silver City, which was across the street from the Stardust. So I left there and went to work as a cage cashier, became the shift manager. While working there, I wrote promotions, kind of did a halfway marketing plan for the Silver City Casino. They were pretty successful promotions, and I was promoted to casino host marketing director. So I worked there. I did that for a few years, and Major Riddle at the time was pretty happy with my work, so he moved me to the Silverbird Hotel where I became director of marketing. And then later he promoted me to assistant general manager. And with the Holiday International that was downtown, which is now the Main Street station, I basically held two positions at that time. I was also the assistant general manager of the Holiday International. So from there, I moved around a little bit, worked at different casinos. I ended up the Golden Nugget and worked for Steve Wynn. We worked on the pre-planning of the Mirage. It was my job to go out and scout the locations that were anywhere near the Mirage, like Caesar's Palace, pinpointing as far as slot mix, table games mix. It didn't want me to get numbers. That was illegal. But I could tell you pretty much about any of the properties that were within 2 or 3 miles from the Mirage location. Worked on that. I was with Steve Wynn for several years and worked my way up into a casino host. I was also the slot marketing coordinator for the Golden Nugget. I left the
Can
Golden
I
Nugget.
interrupt you? What years were you at the Golden Nugget?
I'm sorry.
What years were you at the Golden Nugget? I can't remember.
Golden Nugget, I left in 87. I left there. I was 80, I believe it was 82 or 83 through 87.
So I
I
was a
left-
pool attendant there. I'm sure we met
You worked at the Golden Nugget?
as a pool attendant.
You were the pool attendant?
The square pool with the,
Yeah.
with the windows.
Yeah,
And they used to have, you know, college kids out there vacuuming in the snow.
really?
Vacuuming the pool. Oh, yeah.
No kidding. Yeah. you-
Some of the
you would
great
have seen
times of
me.
my life
Well, I was also special events coordinator, so I did a lot of things at the pool.
at the pool. I'm sure,
Right.
I'm sure we met.
Were you there during the spa when they opened and they dropped the big ribbon off the building?
No,
Okay,
I was gone by then.
that's when we opened the spa tower.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was with Steve Wynn until, let's see, 1988. I resigned and went to work with Becker Gaming on the opening of Arizona Charlie's. I joined there as the Cajun credit manager. While in that position, I wrote the marketing plan for the original Arizona Charlie's. Wrote a promotion that ran for 25 years. Payroll check promotion that was pretty successful. I left Arizona Charlie's, went with Cy Red for a while. No, actually, let me back up. I left Arizona Charlie's and went to Boomtown. And I worked at Boomtown as marketing director and entertainment director there for a while until Cy Red walked in one day and offered me a job at the Oasis in Mesquite. He wanted me to be his marketing director. So I was with him for a short time before he got sick. His wife passed away from cancer, and then Cy Red took over the operations, and he was basically borderline dementia. So he let his entire staff go. Most of the managers were all gone. After that, I went to the Santa Ana Star Casino in New Mexico on the urgence of a friend of mine, the late George Thompson, who was vice president of slots for the Golden Nugget. He said, "Fred, you need to get some Indian gaming experience." So I went to the Santa Ana Star in Bernalillo, New Mexico. There I was the marketing director, and I put together their marketing plan and their entertainment plan. They were basically a 45 machine bus stop at that time. And I believe now they have 1,200 machines and a hotel and a golf course. But I didn't want to stay in, I wasn't happy with living in Bernalillo, New Mexico. So I came back to Las Vegas. And when I came back to Las Vegas, I did some consulting with Becker Gaming with my old company. The previous mayor of Las Vegas Ron Lurie had taken my position as marketing director. So I assisted him as a consultant for about a year. That was, I left there in 1996, I left Arizona Charlie's. I ran a bar there called Charlie's Bar, which Becker Gaming had 7 bars at the time. I was the marketing director for the casino and also the bars. During that time, the brief time, 1992 to 1993, my brother and I, who was a retired vice president of Valley Bank, we opened a bar called Porky's in Las Vegas, and we got did you remember Porky's? Not the movie.
Tiptoeing down memory lane.
Well, my brother and myself ran that bar with another partner named Charlie Gormley, who owned the Hush Puppy franchise in Vegas. And
so can I interrupt you just for 1 second?
Yes, ma'am.
I think the problem for us on your background is there's almost like there's almost like a cutoff time wise. They didn't go back to the 70s. At least in the report we have.
Yeah.
So we were missing, not that we needed to know that, this go back to the 70s. We're simply saying we didn't have that history before 2002. So I think we're now,
caught up.
because you gotten up to the point pretty much where our investigation materials start, we don't need you to go the next 23 years.
Well, I retired from Becker Gaming. When I retired from Becker Gaming, I lived in my RV for a while. Moved out to Pahrump. I was going to go chase Bigfoot. He didn't live in Pahrump, so I put my Jeep behind my RV and I traveled around a little bit. I didn't find Bigfoot, but I had a good time looking for him.
Mr. Kaiser, as Chair Tagliati mentioned, your work history on our materials start with you at Charlie's Bar.
Yes.
Which you indicated, you were at with Becker.
Yes.
But it lists you only as a bar manager. But what did you say your position was with him?
I'm sorry, say again?
It lists you as bar manager.
I was bar manager, yes.
What else? But you indicated just now you had.
I was marketing director for the other bars also. At that time, by the time when I left, they had 3 bars still in operation. He had lost the casino. He didn't have casino anymore.
Okay. The disconnect was that all I see is that you were a bar manager, you traveled in an RV. You were a general manager for a short while, very short while in Pahrump at Old West Market. And then after that, you were, retired, traveling in your RV, working in lumber and as a security guard. So that was the extent of the history that I was initially seeing.
Right.
So it helps for you to explain, some of the other background, because that makes me more comfortable with, being overseeing, multiple casinos. That at least, you have prior experience touching in all the aspects that go into running a gaming property. So I appreciate you putting that on the record.
But our materials, just so you know, like it talks about 1990 to 92, but like going back to 78, it doesn't. So we don't, unless you want him to go
No, I'm good.
any further. I think what we're saying is we're up to speed now because we have it all in writing. So we're good.
Okay.
And we would, if you're okay with it, I would just open it up to questions from my colleagues if they have any,
Sure.
if that works. I'm certainly not cutting you short, but we have all of your history from 02 forward to today, plus 90 to 92 with Porky's and 98 to 2000 with the Pueblo Santa Ana Gaming Regulatory Commission employee gaming registration. The only thing we didn't have is like you added some things going back much further than that, which is helpful. So thank you. Do you have any questions or comments, either one of you, for him as an individual?
Not questions. I
Yes,
think between the Gaming Control Board and today, I'm clearer. We're almost somewhere. I'd written my notes, an extremely colorful life, and that's prior to this meeting. You may have said that yourself, sir, and at the Gaming Control Board, but I certainly got that in. There's a lot of experience. There's a lot of tenacity in your background, and responsibility. And that there's a lot to be said for that. For somebody who started as a dishwasher or a busboy, however many years ago it was. So if all of the conditions were agreeable and were met, I would support your application today. I don't think I would have been able to do that if you hadn't pointed out that you have managed to get help at the Gaming Control Board, where you suddenly had potential operations managers who could lessen somewhat your load. So upon whom you could impart your wisdom over the years, but you would not have to execute what was required to keep the company rolling. You had people who could execute on your behalf. It's almost like you're a Swiss Army knife of hospitality. So that enough said, I have no more questions, but I would support your application today, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki, do you have anything? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, I'm fine. I wonder if Mr. Kaiser's marriage has changed in the last several weeks, if they're still separated. She's in Phoenix and he's here.
What time is it? No, she's still in Phoenix. She's a nurse practitioner and she lives in Phoenix.
Thank you for that. I'm being playful. I'm prepared for final action.
Okay, thank you. Did I interrupt you and take any? Did you have something else? Okay. All right, sorry. So if there's nothing else, I would ask if anyone has a motion.
Okay. Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 10, as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board, with the addition of all the conditions as pertinent to each subsection of our licensing process today. Does that suffice for a motion?
Just for clarification, with all the conditions and the limitation that is recommended by the Gaming Control Board?
Yes.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, that'll be the motion. Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And it appears there are none opposed. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. I don't get in front of you guys very often. I hope I didn't breach any cultural norms and I apologize for if I did.
We're all good. Okay, at this time, I'm being told the court reporter would appreciate a break, and I'm sure the rest of,
So you've got Mr. Flood's application that was going to be withdrawn. Was that part of the motion?
The withdrawals are handled by the board, so the withdrawal is already
Okay.
settled.
Right, thank you.
thank you. Okay, so it is 1:35. If we could be seated in our chairs at 1:45, I would appreciate it. Okay, we're back on the record after a brief recess of the meeting to call the next agenda item. And I think that brings us to the restricted items held up for discussion.
Restricted number 2 is the application of OVT Holdings, Inc., doing business as Old Vegas Tavern for a restricted gaming license. It is also the application of James Slark for licensure as a shareholder, director, and officer. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary Jeff Donato. I am an enrolled agent, and here with me today is Mr. James Slark. And joining us today is Mr. Fred Slark is here with us as well, just in case you may have some questions for him. We did give an affirmative presentation at the board. We'd be glad to give a summary of that or go straight to questions, whichever you do prefer.
Excuse me. We can go straight to questions if that's.
Okay. Before we go to questions, if I could just give a brief update on what's transpired since the board meeting. At the board meeting, we did put on the record that Mr. Slark was in escrow on his third location. Since that time frame, on January 19th, the purchaser for that location decided to terminate the purchase agreement and cancel escrow. So he has been looking for a new buyer for that location. He has found a potential buyer, is a longtime employee that works there. She is in the process of trying to secure financing. I did meet with her on Tuesday to go over licensing requirements. Upon securing financing, Mr. Slark will work with an attorney to draft a new purchase agreement. And our intent is, once she has financing in place, the agreement's executed, to move forward as quickly as possible with an application to get that on file. It's my understanding that Mr. Slark did notify the AG's office of this, but want to make sure we did update the commission on what's transpired since the board meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to ask my colleagues. I'll start here in Las Vegas. Does anyone have any questions or comments on this agenda item?
I just have a quick follow-up. Mr. Donato, on that update, when you're referring to Mr. Slark, are you referring to the
Fred
other
Slark.
Okay,
Fred
just
Slark.
making sure.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioners Marcantonis or Silver?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make sure, Mr. Slark, you're comfortable with the condition, the one condition. Obviously, when it talks about a family relationship again, I wanted to make sure that on the record, that condition is fine if you get the approval today. And the condition being that Frederick William Slark shall have no involvement or influence whatsoever, directly or indirectly in the operation of OVT Holdings, etc. You're comfortable with that?
Yes, sir. I'm comfortable and
Okay.
I understand the
Thank you, sir.
condition clearly.
That's
Thank you.
my question, Chair.
Commissioner Krolicki? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I cut you off?
I just had a quick question. Also, I know, just based on all the reports, you don't have any association with David Safran or Vince Lopez, do you?
No,
All right, none at all.
no, I know of them. I know them, but no, I don't associate her.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. I'm confused on Mr. Donato's comment. I just want to make sure I understand. So in the discussion of the Gaming Control Board, the third property was taken off the table because of the issues that had previously been discussed. So are we talking with James Slark today, 2 properties or 3 properties?
Today's application before you is for Mr. James Slark to transition from his role as key employee for Old Vegas Tavern to owning the facility as the sole owner and operator. The location that came out of escrow is Rush Hour Bar and Grill. That is the third location that's currently still operated by Mr. Fred Slark.
The
And
father.
that's, what's that?
The father.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mr.
so-
Fred Slark, I'm
So
sorry.
the update you provided was exclusively for the father and has nothing to do with, and I appreciate that update because it was different at the Gaming Control Board meeting. But, because reality's changed. So this application is not any different than what the Gaming Control Board heard, correct?
That is correct.
All right, because they were applauding him not, not expanding too quickly. No, I think that's great. And
Yeah,
then, go ahead.
Mr. James Slark is not acquiring the third location. That would be a potential longtime employee of that establishment that is seeking to secure financing, enter into an agreement with Mr. Fred Slark to acquire Rush Hour Bar and Grill, which is the third location. Mr. James Slark would just have the two if approved today for the second location.
Good. And that's what I thought. The update just confused me, but that's on me, not on you. And just as Chair Hendrick and Chair Dreitzer and the Gaming Control Board, the current configuration, just that the father, Fred, has no communication other than father-son regarding these operations, correct? And I just want to hear that one more time in the record, that these discussions regarding the business and the gaming side are not shared with your father, correct?
That's correct.
All right, I'm fine. Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Mr. James Slark, just to avoid confusion, how often does your father come into the two establishments that you are taking on?
So I'm the currently sole owner of Old Vegas Lounge. So I took that on. We're going on our first year anniversary. Of course, he has no involvement in that. He has come in to share a meal with me, maybe less than 5 times. He's probably stepped foot in the premises, which we did clarify at the board hearing. He was allowed to come in the building, but again, no business involvement, but very, very minimal. Obviously, Old Vegas Tavern, he's still the current owner and I'm the key employee. So he has some involvement there, but when I take over as well completely, there will be no more business involvement and that'll be my sole venture as well.
Okay. I was just curious about the frequency of him being
Yep.
there, because obviously that can be confusing
Of course,
to
yeah.
other staff and such.
And then,
Um,
once they're it granted the approval, of course, that'll be drastically reduced and it would only be on a social level if ever.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
No one has any additional questions or comments? It would appear this is in form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted item number 2 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board with the conditions recommended therein.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Agent Marta Rosen for all her work on this application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, that concludes our restricted agenda. Could you please read in our next item?
Next, for your consideration, you have the petition for removal of Francis Citro Jr. from the list of excluded persons pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 28, case number 90-20.
Hello. I think we need to lay some parameters as far as there isn't going to be a presentation today. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes.
And we're not going to hear from your client today.
Absolutely.
And we're making a decision based on the record that we have, which is your petition. And so the record should reflect, I will let you state your presence today.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati and members of the commission. Michael Lasher on behalf of petitioner Francis Citro.
Thank you. So the Chief Deputy Attorney General has, provided guidance to us in this process as to, not substantive, procedurally how this occurs, how we go forward on this. And we have a time window to do so, to decide strictly whether to allow for a hearing, meaning that today is not a day for the hearing. It's a day to determine whether there would be a hearing. And so presumably, if there was a hearing, the board would be entitled to be heard. The matter would be presented. You would have an opportunity to have your client address and make any, follow up to the petition you so choose. But that's the cart before the horse. The horse is does the commission find grounds based upon, the petition filed to set a hearing. And so, so I just want to make that record for my colleagues. You know, we don't have these hearings on a regular basis, so there would be a process that would occur in case you're curious. There would be a scheduling order and that kind of thing in the event this group by a majority voted in favor of a hearing. So, and I would elaborate on that if any of my colleagues have any questions about it, but that's procedural. All that's procedural. So what brings us here to consider today is a petition that was received and filed by the Nevada Gaming Commission, our staff, on November 14th, 2025. That petition is some 11 pages with exhibits attached to include news stories and letters in support of the petitioner and that kind of information that we've been provided, and an updated cover page. So at this time, do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments procedurally? Let's start with the procedure versus the substance, which would get to the petition. About what we have to review. Yes?
This might be the right time. All we have is a petition and before us with only one side, which is the rehabilitative documents that petitioners provided us. But you know, at the hearing today, I just got a copy of the prior order putting him into the Black Book. And once I did browse through that during a break, and then of course I become very curious as what all happened to even put him in the Black Book, which we have really nothing, and petitioner didn't put anything in there. Having been on the Nevada Pardons Board and you know, pardon people for all types of crimes after years, I have no problem if somebody's rehabilitated to have a hearing or whatever, but it's almost like I just don't even have a full record before me to even make a vote of whether or not he should even get a hearing, quite frankly. So maybe if I had everything, I might vote no hearing, but I might vote hearing. I just feel like we're not given enough right now, especially based on the order putting him in the Black Book. And so my request would be to somehow get that together before I make a decision. And I realize that, you know, this is like the first time I think that this request has really been made. So there's not a lot of protocols here, but that would be my request.
Well, there are some protocols, and one is we have a time window to place it on the agenda and to make this determination unless there's a waiver of that time window by the petitioner. Would you like to discuss that with your client in light of Commissioner
Yes.
Justice Silver's commentary?
And with one comment, the petition doesn't lay out in full, but does lay out the grounds for being placed in the list of excluded people. Granted, I didn't go through all the testimony, but there are citations to the record and a list of the stated reasons. I would like a moment to speak with him, and then maybe further clarification from you as to who you anticipate, you know, opposing counsel might be, and do I need to reach out to them? Just the mechanics of, if I'm misunderstood.
Here's what I would say.
It's not what I'm asking. Yeah.
Yeah, what I would say is, what you drew from, right, is a complete record that
Yes.
this body has not had the opportunity to review. So I'm going to guess that the less favorable nuggets in that complete record were not part of your petition. I'm sure, but I'm not accusing you of doing anything wrong. I'm saying you're not going to do 900 pages. I understand that, or 100 pages, and we appreciate that. So what I'm hearing Commissioner Silver say is she wants to see all of it, but
Sure.
you know, in order to make a determination whether to give a hearing, and, you know, you certainly don't have to agree to waive the 90-day window for decision. That's up to you. But what I would say to you is, in light of that last question you have, you can consult with the chair of the Nevada Gaming Control Board and he will direct you as to which Deputy Attorney General would be representing them. You know, this is one of those things where when there's a licensing determination, there's a recommendation from the board to the commission. When there's like a discipline of a licensee, then we're not together. They're the prosecution and we're the judges. This is, you know, quasi-discipline related, right? And so I don't know what their position's going to be. I don't know what they're going to say if you get a hearing. I have no idea. But what I'm saying is they have their own position to take, and they would present it presumably if you have a hearing. And so I would ask you on the break before you talk to your client to just go ahead and speak to him about who, in the event you were to have a hearing in the future, who that person would be that you would communicate with, because I don't know. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course.
Perfect. And that was mostly to direct to your client. I'm not suggesting I'm educating you, right? I just want him to understand there's streams that cross and streams that don't cross in this construct.
Absolutely. I'll
Okay.
have a brief word with him. I imagine we will waive the time limit.
Okay. Well, can you do me a favor? Can you just give me the high sign when you're ready, and we might call something out of order real quick and call you as soon as you're ready. I mean, you know, after that item.
Sure.
Thank you. Unless it's the collective preference of the commission members to wait a minute or two. I feel like that might take longer and we could be more efficient if we just call the next item, but I don't want to presume that. All right, we're going to recall that when counsel and his client have discussed the options. Madam Secretary, do you think we could do one? Do you think we could do one regulation?
It is certainly worth a shot.
I would love to do one regulation. Madam Secretary, please read in our next item for regulation 3.010.
You have, next for your consideration, you have 7 regulation items, and the first is regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 3.010 as noted on the agenda.
So we have Senior DAG Michaela coming today?
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, members of the board. For the record, I'm John McKella with the Attorney General's Office. Before you today, for discussion and possible adoption, are proposed changes to Regulation 3.010, which would clarify and streamline the board and commission consideration of a proposed gaming location located within the immediate vicinity of a church, school, or playground. The draft date of the proposed changes before you today is December 9th, 2025. The board held a workshop regarding these proposed changes on December 9th, 2025, and recommended them to you effective upon your adoption. Clarity is added to Regulation 3.010 through the proposed addition of definitions of church, immediate vicinity, playground, and school. Presently, these terms are undefined in this regulatory section. The board's discussion at its workshop further refined the definitions of playground and school. The proposed changes would add a third enumerated relevant factor to board and commission consideration of a proposed gaming location located within the immediate vicinity of a church, school, or playground. The board and commission could specifically consider evidence that a local governing body has deemed the location suitable for gaming. The reasoning for this is that a local governing body should have a strong understanding of whether gaming is appropriate at a proposed location. Presently, Regulation 3.010 requires an applicant to provide a sufficient showing of suitability for a proposed location. The proposed changes before you would clarify how an applicant carries this burden. The applicant shall provide either a written statement discussing relevant factors or provide a determination from a local governing body that the proposed location is suitable for gaming. Presently, the regulatory requirements make the easiest path for an applicant to carry its burden of showing suitability for a location, a discussion of the suitability on the record at a public meeting. The proposed changes create a presumption that an applicant makes a sufficient showing of the suitability of a location near a church, school, or playground if the board and commission do not discuss the required statement or determination. That is, this proposed presumption would make it easier to place such an item on a consent agenda if appropriate. The draft before you today is for possible adoption. The proposed effective date is upon your adoption. I am happy to answer any questions you may have, and in addition, Chair Dreitzer would like to make some remarks about these proposed changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Michaela. I wanted to just take a moment. This is continuing our process to streamline and modernize many of the regulations within your purview. This particular regulation 3.010 is, I believe, more than 30 years old, and in practice required some substantial revisions, specifically, as was mentioned by Mr. Michaela. Definitions for church, school, playground, and immediate vicinity all were necessary. And so we most certainly needed to clarify that. In addition, we have added the specific call out that the board can and should consider, to the extent available, a presentation or a determination by a local governing body that gaming is suitable for the location. All of these changes comport with existing practice, and therefore it was important that the reg reflect what the actual practice is to allow for the board to properly consider these matters, in specifically looking at especially the local governing body, because they are very well suited to determine as part of a master plan whether gaming is suitable in a location. So you'll be seeing a number of regulations along these lines with, again, the goal of streamlining and modernizing what we're doing. So I wanted to offer that practical perspective as well.
Thank you. Do any of my colleagues have any questions for the senior DAG or for Chair Dreitzer?
I do not.
I don't think we have any questions. So at this time, does Commissioner Krolicki, just because I can't see you, I just want to make sure you don't have any questions?
No, but if we're going to take action, I would just like to, appreciate how much work went into all of these regs, understanding the charge by the governor several years ago to streamline in our team and Jose and others involved. Certainly Mr. McKella and other folks in the AG's office. But if we don't have a lot of questions, it doesn't mean that we don't recognize the hard and the effort that went in, to make these updates.
Thank you. I'm sure the three of us concur in your commentary, and we're just, I think, trying to be efficient so we can get back to our other agenda items. So at this time, I would ask for a motion.
Chair Tagliati, I move to adopt the proposed amendments to NJC Regulation 3.010 as presented in the draft dated December 9th, 2025, as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board, effective upon adoption.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And it appears there are none opposed, so that'll be the change.
Thank you.
Thank you. If we could just go back and recall our petition item, which is the petition of Francis Citro to remove, to be removed from the list of excluded persons. You've had the opportunity to speak to your client.
Yes, Chair Tagliati, and we will waive the 90 days as specified in the statute.
Okay. It seems to me that the next meeting would be appropriate. And so that would be, I have my calendar right here, but our next meeting is
February 21st. Oh, nope, sorry.
nope, wait.
26th, February 26th.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we appreciate it. And the record should reflect there was a waiver of the 90-day requirement for determination as to whether the commission will have a hearing. And we will hear it on the next meeting of the Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of February.
Chair Tagliati, just a quick question.
Sure.
I know when we consider, some of the discipline matters, we must keep our decisions between the four corners, as you eloquently state. There's a lot of media out there and we have links to it, but as we enter into the February 26th meeting, am I correct when I say some of the outstanding media and podcasts that Mr. Cipro has made, that those would also be able to be incorporated into a decision by a commissioner?
Well, I think I will ask the senior DAG. I mean, my instinct is one thing, but I'm not, I'm going to seek our counsel's advice. The thing is, we have materials that we're relying on that we're continuing today to be able to consider the materials from the actual meeting and determination of the commission on the day that he was, the petitioner was placed in the Black Book. But as far as items, I mean, honestly, to be honest, I see an immediate problem, which is I don't even know what you're talking about. So that, you know what I mean? So we're not all in the same, I mean, I know there's a reference to an interview in a TV interview in the petition, but there's, as far as podcasts and things, I don't know what you're talking about. So perhaps we can ask counsel, is that something that would be, I mean, this would seem to me that the entire commission has to have the exact same materials to review, whether that's part of the previous record or just the petition. And that's the record that we rely on only to determine whether there's going to be a hearing. Now, if there were a hearing, the floodgates open, right? And presumably the board comes in with whatever they want to say, subject to parameters, there'd be a scheduling order and, it wouldn't be 100 people coming in. That wouldn't be happening. But my point is, you would be allowed to do and present more material. So that is my instinct. Tell me where we are on that.
You're correct, Madam Chair, and I will be providing all of the documents that were requested by Commissioner Silver to all five of you, and then I can answer any legal questions as to standards and parameters at that time.
So I guess what I would say is the next kind of follow-up question to what's been raised by Commissioner Krolicki is if he has read something outside the record or media reports or anything else from whenever, should that be part of the record?
Only if it was submitted by the petitioner.
Yeah. So I think from my perspective that we are basing we're having consideration of the petition and the materials contained in the petition and attached all the exhibits and the transcript that Commissioner Silver wanted to have that was of the actual hearing before the commission. And then we already have the final order of exclusion. So really that's what we're considering for the purpose of have a hearing and allow a hearing or don't have a hearing. Everything else would be under the guise of if they get a hearing, then additional materials can be considered. Does that make sense?
And I expected that to be the answer, and it's appropriate, but I would just submit that Mr. Cipro has been very active in the media. In his own words, has described this process that aren't necessarily constructive for his argument. And as long as we all saw the same thing as part of the consideration of whether not to hear it, I think Mr. Cipro's own words that are recent would be germane, because it might save, it would be efficient. If we are not to consider those, I'll understand, but but that's the kind of preliminary evidence that I think would be very important in the consideration of the commission on whether or not to move forward.
Well, what I would ask you to do is to put your judge hat on, and your blinders, and look at the final order of exclusion, the transcript, because that underlies the base, the substance of this petition, and the materials presented. And I'm sure they appreciate the record you've made. I know I do. And I think we just go forward in March after everybody's had an opportunity to review a transcript that was on microfiche, and the order and the petition. Pardon me?
Do you mean February?
February. What did I say?
March.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. February.
Could I
I
just get
misspoke.
clarification from Ms. Caruso? With respect to 28080, where it limits, even assuming a hearing was granted, it limits the commission in making its original determination. It limits us to the record that was in place unless there's an express consent to reopen it. So I just want to make sure, I mean, you will let it, if at such time there's a determination made that a hearing is going to go forward, then you'll let us know what we can consider, or if that's something we vote on. Sorry.
You're going to have the record before the February commission meeting.
No, I understand that, but that's the prior record. I'm just saying,
Right.
like, if a hearing were to be granted, which I don't know if that's to be the case. I mean, I don't feel like anything more is necessary, but at some point, when I think a reference is made to outside new things, I don't think those automatically come in, as I understand the regulation. We'd have to make a determination.
If you determine that a hearing is going to be granted, then it will be a full a hearing, like a disciplinary hearing pursuant to Reg 7.
Okay.
So discovery exhibits, possibly witnesses, we would set up a scheduling order that would define all those terms, but it is pursuant to Reg 7, and just like a disciplinary hearing would be.
All right, thank you. I just appreciate that clarification. I was reading 28080 a little narrower as limiting it. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other comments or questions?
If I might, Your Honor, just two comments.
Chair.
One-
I know. I've
Chair,
That's
yes.
fine.
Um,
Happens all the time.
And it's just a reflex on my part. One facet of the legal question regarding media materials, part of the reason I included some of that in my petition was one of the bases for exclusion was negative media attention. And so, that was why I thought my reference to these was relevant. I thought that was a factor that the commission would be considering. And I apologize, I did think that the transcript was going to be readily available. Had I known that, I would have attached the transcript. I thought that was something you had ready access to.
Well, ready and microfiche are not necessarily the
okay.
same thing.
I mean, would it help for me to
No, we're
provide that?
good. I'm sure we will have all that we need well in advance of February 26th.
Yes. Okay.
So you will know, or you do know, and the record is clear, I believe, exactly what we will have looked at. And that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your patience. All right, Madam Secretary, that brings us to our next agenda item. And I think that's the regulations related to 5.3, 5.035, et cetera.
Yes, your next regulation item is regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 5.300, 5.035, 5.320, 5.335, 5.345, 5.350, 5.360, and 5.370 as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Ed McGaw with the Nevada Attorney General's Office here today to present the proposed amendments to NGC regulations that address club venues. In addition to myself, Christy Torgerson, Chief of the Board's Enforcement Division, is present here today, and we will be happy to answer any questions the commissioners may have. You should have before you a draft dated December 9th, 2025. If accepted by the commission today, the proposed amendments would become effective upon adoption. A workshop of the proposed amendments was held before the Nevada Gaming Control Board on December 9th, 2025. For the record, I incorporate by reference the presentation I provided at that workshop. The proposed amendments are intended to update the regulations governing club venues. In my presentation today, I will briefly go through each substantive change. If the commissioners have any questions during that presentation, please don't hesitate to ask. The first change is to Regulation 5.300, and it's intended to make the language more in line with that which is found in the statute to clarify the applicability of the regulation to certain venues. It further modifies and clarifies an existing waiver provision, which permits the chair to modify some of the requirements of the regulation in order to allow more flexibility for venues on the edges of being classified as club venues, the outliers, so to speak. The next change is to NGC Regulation 5.305 to further clarify the definition of consideration in order to address certain club venue offerings. Next, NGC Regulation 5.320 is being amended to add cashiers to the list of individuals who must register as club venue employees with the board and to clarify who is responsible for compliance with this requirement. Next, a new section is being proposed, NGC Regulation 5.350, to require that the board be notified of the opening, closing, or changes in ownerships of club venues. This is to assist the board in its oversight of the venues. Next, NGC Regulation 5.360. In Regulation 5.360, the time period that licensees have to submit material changes to their policy and procedures and the time period the board has to object thereto is being reduced from 60 days to 30 days. On a side note, there is one additional non-substantive edit to the regulation that must be made to subsection 3. The second word, which is licensee, should not be capitalized. Finally, NGC Regulation 5.370 is being amended to remove unnecessary and duplicate language. With that, I conclude my affirmative presentation and ask the commission adopt the proposed amendments as presented in the draft dated December 9th, 2025, with the additional edit to NGC Regulation 5.360 subsection 3, which I discussed in my presentation. These changes become effective immediately. At this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions the commissioners may have. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation and everybody's efforts. As Commissioner Krolicki has very artfully stated previously, I would ask my colleagues on these particular changes and proposed changes, excuse me, do we have any questions? Let's start with questions and then we can go to comments.
Chair Tagliabue, I do have a quick question. We received information from our estimable Mr. Torres about a specific request to delay implementation. We could adopt, but delay because of some age constraints on 5.320. And I just want to make sure that, is that something that we need to discuss or?
Well, I would suggest that we talk to the chair and find out what options to effect the desired goal over time of this change related to the cashiers, but minimize or reduce or remove. Yes. that not this group?
Well, I was just going to suggest maybe providing an opportunity for the public to speak would bring this issue out on the record. Because I believe the person that submitted the concern to the board is present here today.
Well, okay, so we do have that though. Is that letter part of the record such that it's filed and available for public view? It's not confidential.
It should be part of the public record. It was a public comment. I believe, unless it was submitted with a condition. Christy might be able to.
Chief Torgerson, for the record, I don't know that based on the timelines that we made it filed or posted on the website as public.
Okay.
But we do have, Ms. Schaefer here today to speak.
Okay, so can we make sure that happens after today? Okay, perfect. I'm sorry, I assumed. You know what they say about that. So if you wouldn't mind then having her step forward. By the way, if just taking a step back, looking at the email that we have, it says not public. Is there a reason why your comment or request for, kind of laying out the problem and the situation related to this change that would affect your group?
Chair
couldn't be
Tagliani,
public?
I think when we had the conversation as to whether it would be or not, there was really a neutral response, no preference, but she felt it was specific, maybe just to Tao. So we didn't necessarily publicize it based on the timeline.
Okay. So does that mean you don't mind it being public since it's a generic suggestion that it'll adversely affect your employees and you're concerned about that?
I think, first for the record, Renee Rivera Schaefer, Director of Compliance for the Tao Group Hospitality. I would prefer it not to be, but Chair, if you feel that it should be, I don't think we would oppose that.
Do any of my colleagues have any strong opinions? I think we're about to have a conversation about what's exactly contained in that information, but that's if you,
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't see a reason why it wouldn't be public if you're asking us to make an accommodation on a regulation that we're considering today. So it seems like you can't have it both ways.
I think it'll be perfectly fine if we want to make it public record.
Especially since you didn't bring it up before today or before this meeting for the board's consideration, is my understanding. So it's one of the reasons, we have to, have justification for everything we're doing. And we're just trying to make that record that wasn't part of the board's commentary at the workshop, correct? So that's the only reason. We're not trying to put you on the spot, but we've clearly had this information communicated to us between the board workshop and now. And that's important for us to have people know what we're doing and be transparent to the extent it's appropriate.
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for that. We appreciate it very much.
So the reason why I wanted to, and I thank you for allowing me to speak today. And also to clarify, I attended the workshop and I am very supportive of cashiers being 21, especially to protect the company. And then after the workshop, I went back and discussed it with my colleagues and my boss and learned that they are totally in agreement, but they also indicated that it was very difficult, which I didn't know, to find cashiers that are 21 and that we presently have 5 cashiers and they didn't want to terminate them. And so they asked if I could discuss it with the board, whether we could have a grace period of 1 year. And then after that, we would absolutely, every cashier must be 21 years old.
So I think the real issue is, are we talking about existing persons not losing their jobs and being grandfathered in versus tolling the effective date, which would allow other people to hire cashiers under 21?
I think grandfathered in would be great. I think going forward, then we would have enough time to recruit cashiers that are 21. Part of the problem that I learned too is it's a part-time position, and apparently it's difficult to find cashiers that are 21, but.
Okay, but those are two different problems, right? On one hand, it's great to have cashiers that are over 21 and we support this, but we're going to have a lot of trouble. And that's a different issue than we don't want to fire people who are loyal employees who are under 21 that know the job and have done nothing wrong. I think you're going to find, and I don't mean to speak for everybody else, but for me, this is very compelling. This is not what was discussed at the workshop. At the workshop, you all supported it. So I'm hearing we support it, but you know, it's going to be really hard. And I don't know that the passage of time will change that. Maybe it will, maybe it won't, but I am particularly sympathetic. I don't speak for the rest of us, but to the you know, the other problem, which is letting people go is, or trying to find a place for them is not something we are usually interested in doing, or that we don't take very seriously, right? So I would ask the chair to weigh in on behalf of the board, because I don't know about you, but I'm hearing two different issues.
Yeah, I think certainly we are very cognizant of, now that this issue has been brought to us, we're very cognizant of the fact that this may end up in certain individuals who are good employees, loyal employees losing their job, and we certainly don't want to support that. So we do have language that has been created that I think would address that problem. And we agree with the chair that that's the problem to which we're sympathetic that we can address. And I have language specifically addressing that if you'd like me to say it, but most certainly I think we're in alignment as to how to resolve the issue before you.
I've come to know all of you so well over the time that we've served on this commission together that I know you're concerned about existing employees and their employment. And so I don't mean to speak for you, but does anybody have a problem with having the chair read in the language? And are we interested in a grandfathering in, if you will, of the people who are already doing this job? Anybody have any objection to that?
I don't have any objection.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Very good, Chair. Thank you. So what we propose is the following language. A person employed by a club venue operator as a cashier prior to January 29th, 2026, who is under the age of 21, is not required to be registered as a club venue employee pursuant to this section until such time as they attain the age of 21, so long as they remain a cashier. And it's the board's belief that that addresses the issue before you.
That would be on, exactly what number would that be?
So
I
that
just
would
mean,
be
would it be subsection?
at the very bottom of 5.320. It's in addition to it.
If I may clarify, that would be added to the flush language that appears after subsection 2.
Yeah.
Flush language being the language with the arrow.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
That language would be added to the flush language that appears after subsection 2. And when I refer to flush language, I'm talking about the language that appears after that little arrow.
Okay, so, so I just want all of us looking at the same location within the reg and the, you know, the, where it will be inserted. And does anybody have any questions about that? I think it's right, but we all have our little arrow in the materials. Okay, perfect. All right, are there any other comments, questions, or concerns by my colleagues? Oh, my goodness. We've been handed suggested language to address the concern that would bring us to a change at 5.320 subsection 2 after the cite to the statute NRS 4630129. The language read by the suggested by the chair of the board would be included. So we've all had the opportunity to hear it, see it. Do we have any other questions or concerns about the proposed reg changes that we are here to vote on today on these? All right, then it would appear that it's in proper form for a motion. Do we have a motion?
Sure. Chair Tagliati, I move to adopt the proposed amendments to NGC Regulation 5.300 through 5.370 regarding club venues as presented in the Nevada Gaming Control Board recommended draft dated December 9th, 2025, with the amendment to Regulation 5.320 that has been discussed today on the record and that has been typed out in the proposed language provided by the board. to be otherwise effective upon adoption. Is that all of it?
Yes.
Good on, are we, excuse me, are we good on that motion?
Did that include the change to the capitalization of licensee and, sorry, just give me a second. In 5.360, subsection 3, the recap, the change to the word licensee from being capitalized to not capitalized, which was in my presentation.
It's not capitalized on the draft. It is not capitalized in the draft that we have. That's dated 12/9/25.
I pulled, just give me a second here.
It's not. You said 5.360, correct?
Yeah, 5.360 subsection 3, the second word licensee is capitalized in the draft. It should not be capitalized.
Oh, okay, you said 2.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So we're
My
sitting here staring at
apologies.
2. That's okay. It's, you know, it is. I'm sure after staring at these, as long as you have, we're lucky your eyes aren't crossed and you can read them at all. So, thank you. So with that, are you going to incorporate that
Yes, and
change?
I will incorporate the change as discussed.
So in the motion that has been made by Commissioner Solis Rainey, all the proposed changes with the to add the language to 5.320 subsection 2 at the end and 5.360 paragraph 3 to change the uppercase L to a lowercase l in licensee. And obviously all the other changes that we haven't addressed but are before us in the proposed language.
No, sorry, I don't want to complicate matters, but are we also changing it in 1? It's also capitalized at 5.3601. Sub 1.
I would suggest that change as
Okay.
well. I didn't catch that. My apologies.
All right, I will just restate my motion then. I move to adopt the proposed amendments to NGC Regulation 5.300 through 5.370 regarding club venues as presented in the Nevada Gaming Control Board recommended draft dated December 7th, 2025 with the following amendments. In 5.320 subsection 2 at the end, we are incorporating the language that a person employed by a club venue operator as a cashier prior to January 29, 2026, who is under the age of 21 is not required to be registered as a club venue employee pursuant to this section until such time as they attain the age of 21, so long as they remain a cashier. And also to 5.360 subsection 1 and subsection 3, just to change the capitalization of the word licensee. And these changes, proposed amendments to be effective upon adoption.
Okay, does anyone have any public comment before we vote on this motion? Record should reflect no public comment. How about the last motion we had in relation to the change for regulation 3.010? Did I exclude anyone who's present here for hearing all the regulations and the proposed changes from making public comment that you would like to make at this time? Record to reflect no public comment on either 3.010 or the motion that was just made by Commissioner Solis Rainey. So at this time, is there any discussion on the motion by my colleagues? All in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in our next agenda item.
The next regulation item is regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 5.160 as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. My name is Nona Lawrence with the Attorney General's Office. I'm here to present the proposed changes to NGC Regulation 5.160. This regulation addresses casino surveillance standards for the installation, maintenance, and operation of surveillance systems at all licensed non-restricted establishments. The changes to the actual standards were administratively approved by the board and have been posted to the board's website for the required 30-day period. The draft date of these amendments is December 9th, 2025, which you should have before you. And should you approve the amendments, they would be effective upon adoption. As you are aware, a workshop of these proposed changes was held on December 4th, 2025. At that time, I made a presentation regarding the amendments, which I incorporate by reference today. I do have an abridged version for today's meeting. The first proposed amendment is to subsection 1D, which amends the definition of licensee to include restricted locations as well. The second proposed amendment is to subsection 9, which eliminates the requirement that the licensee submit the annual surveillance system plan to the board and eliminates the required chair approval. Instead, the plan must be maintained on the property of the licensee. It is also proposed that the last line of subsection 9 be deleted. The final proposed amendment is to subsection 10, which is eliminated in its entirety. Previously, the board chair would need to notify the licensee in writing if their surveillance system did not comply with subsection 9. Since the requirement to submit the plan would be eliminated in subsection 9, so too is the required notification attached to that submission. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
So the include a camera map in subsection 9 is still part of it. We're not, I didn't hear you say it, but it doesn't mean that you weren't alluding to it when you said updated and maintained on the property.
I apologize. Yes, that includes it.
Okay. Okay. Does anyone wish to make public comment in related to these proposed, the proposed change to regulation 5.160? Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments? Does anyone wish to make a motion?
Madam Chair, with respect to the, apologies, I move to adopt the proposed amendments to NGC Regulation 5.160 as presented in the Nevada Game Control Board recommended draft dated December 9th, 2025, to be effective upon adoption.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you. Appreciate you. Okay. That brings us to the next agenda item. The several regulations in the 12s.
Yes, the next regulation item is regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 12.020, 12.030, 12.050, 12.060, 12.070, and 12.090 as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. For the record again, I am Ed McGaw with the Nevada Attorney General's Office here today to present the proposed amendments to NGC Regulation 12, which addresses chips and tokens. In addition to myself, Christy Torgerson, Chief of the Board's Enforcement Division, is present here today, and we will both be happy to answer any questions the commissioners may have. You should have before you a draft dated December 9th, 2025. If accepted by the commission today, the proposed amendments would become effective upon adoption. A workshop on the proposed amendments was held before the Nevada Gaming Control Board on December 9th, 2025. For the record, I incorporate by reference the presentation I provided at that workshop. In my presentation today, I will briefly go through each substantive change. If the commission has any questions, please do not hesitate to ask. Starting with sections 12.020, 12.030, and 12.050. These are all non-substantive housekeeping changes to correct the language and remove grandfathered provisions that no longer are needed. The first substantive change is to section 12.060. The amendment adds a provision that allows a licensee to refuse to redeem its chips or tokens if, upon request, the person presenting the chips or tokens for redemption refuses to provide or refused to provide a valid government-issued photo ID. It makes it clear, however, that an expiration of an otherwise valid ID does not render it invalid for purposes of this regulation. An example, the reason for this is that the board has encountered situations where an elderly customer had an expired driver's license and the board does not want to impede the ability of the casino or give the casino a reason not to cash that person's chips or tokens. Next, under section 12.070's notification requirements for discontinued chips are being modernized to allow for means other than the publication in 2 newspapers. Further, a new provision is being added to address transfers of discontinued chips and tokens to third parties. Lastly, section 12.090 is being amended to address the discontinuance of promotional chips. With that, I conclude my affirmative presentation and ask the commission adopt the proposed amendments as presented in the draft dated December 9th, 2025 with an effective date of immediately. At this time, I will be happy to answer any questions the commissioners may have. Thank you.
So before I ask for public comment, do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments? Anything, Commissioner Krolicki?
No, Madam Chair, thank you.
Okay, so with that, is there anyone present who wishes to make public comment on these proposed regulation changes? There appearing to be no one. This appears to be in proper form for a motion.
Certainly. Madam Chair, I move to adopt the proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Control Board Regulation 12 as represented in the Nevada Gaming Control Board recommended draft dated December 9, 2025, and effective upon adoption.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and the record should reflect, we may not have heard Commissioner Krolicki, but he voted in favor, so there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in the next agenda item?
The next regulation item is regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 22.060, 22.090, and 22.150 as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon. Chair Tagliati, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary, members of the Board. For the record, I'm John McKellar with the Attorney General's Office. Before you today for discussion and possible adoption are proposed changes to Regulations 22.060, 22.090, and 22.150. The draft date of the proposed changes is December 9th, 2025. The proposed changes to Regulation 22.060 update the acceptable sources of outcome reporting for contingencies within events other than who will win and total points scored. The proposed changes replace the acceptable source of newspapers with reputable national or international media organizations. The new acceptable source would still include newspapers, but would expand this to also include media reporting on the internet. The proposed changes also add a league-designated statistics provider as an acceptable source of outcome reporting. The proposed changes to Regulations 22.090 and 22.150 concerning approval of parlay card rules and house rules would remove the approval requirement and replace it with a maintenance and submission requirement coupled with the ability of the board chair to require amendment of such rules. These proposed changes would maintain oversight of parlay and house rules while reducing the regulatory burden of approving every iteration of such rules. The additional proposed change to Regulation 22.150 sets out required prominent language notifying patrons that house rules are subject to applicable law, notifying patrons that wager rescission is subject to board approval, and notifying patrons of the patron dispute process. These proposed changes do not change the fact that a pass-post wager is void from the beginning and is not a wager at all, as set out in Regulation 22.115. The draft before you today is for possible adoption with a proposed effective date of February 28, 2026. The effective date would allow books the necessary time to amend their rules to include the mandatory language. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I would ask my colleagues, do you have any questions or comments before we call for any public comment? Okay, it appears no one has any questions or comments, so I will ask if there's anyone here to make public comment on the proposed regulation change. There appearing to be no one at this time. It appears it's right for a motion, and I would ask one of my colleagues if you have a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for adoption of the proposed amendments to NGC Regulations 22.060, 22.090, and 22.150 as presented in the Nevada Game Control Board recommended draft dated December 9th, 2025 to become effective February 28th, 2026.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. At this time, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in the next regulation item.
Before I do that, I do want to make a record that the public comment previously discussed regarding Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 5.300 through 5.370 is in fact available on our website now.
Okay, thank you.
So our next regulation item is regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 28.040 and 28.090 as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commission members, Madam Secretary. I'm Mike Somps with the Attorney General's Office. And I'm prepared to go over proposed changes to Regulation 28, which has to do with the list of excluded persons. These are contained in a draft dated December 9th, of 2025, and were recommended by the board at its December workshop.
Thank you.
There are just a few changes that were initiated by the Enforcement Division, and they're cleanup generally designed to match enforcement's current practices. So I'll just briefly go through those. First, in 28.040 regarding the distribution and contents of the list, provisions in subsection 1 regarding the physical distribution of the list to licensees and law enforcement are deleted and replaced with a requirement that the list be published on the board's website. Looking at 28.090 subsection 2 regarding what licensees are obligated to do when an excluded person enters or attempts to enter the licensee's gaming establishment, provisions requiring the licensee to ask the person to leave or not enter are deleted, and requirements to notify law enforcement and the board if the person refuses are deleted. So what remains in subsection 2 is the requirement to simply notify the board of the person's presence. There are also conforming changes made at the beginning of subsection 2, as well as in subsection 3. So those are all of the proposed changes to Reg 28. It's pretty straightforward. I can answer any questions that the commissioners might have. I believe Chief Torgerson is also there if there are questions for her. Otherwise, the board has recommended that these changes be made effective upon adoption.
May I ask a question? Mr. Somps, I was curious, can you explain the rationale for deleting the affirmative duty for licensees to not allow people to enter, people on the excluded list to enter, or to ask them to leave if they happen to notice them on property?
Yeah, I would defer largely to Chief Torgerson, but I think it's just the practical realities of how these things work now. I think that the Enforcement Division wants to be notified of their presence so that they can respond and deal with the situation.
I mean, it's my understanding, it's an offense, right? It's a crime. So the minute it happens, the crime has occurred. And so all you're doing is removing the probability of an initial contact or a more timely investigation because the person will leave, right? And you don't have, we now have to contact the people who are the witnesses and maybe they're not at work anymore. And it's just more efficient for your investigators to be Johnny on the spot, if you will, if such a thing occurs. Is that fair?
That's correct, Chair. And if I may add, this actual concern came from stakeholders, from security directors, that it seemed kind of counterintuitive to them and they were unclear Yes, on the language. And so we wanted to clean that up. You know, we're a very mature industry and our security professionals have really got some great procedures out there. They understand what's a crime. This is a very big deal to them to make sure that these individuals that are found on their property are prosecuted properly and detained once identified. And so the fact that, you know, they would call us immediately, we can help them talk through that scenario to make sure they're properly identified and detained as they deem fit per their protocols, rather than acting as our agent. And then we would respond. And like the chairwoman said, it's much more efficient.
Okay. I was just curious because I mean, I understand the efficiencies point as far as notifying you immediately, which I thought they always have the obligation to do that. But I wasn't sure, you know, your availability to always immediately respond. And it seems like this may create some question for the licensees. I mean, how far are they supposed to allow the person to go? I mean, if they go and buy chips, are they supposed to go ahead and help them and let them buy the chips or let them buy in at a table?
I think the minute they step on their footprint, that's what the, you know, the regulation states and the law states.
Right. So they notify you, but beyond notifying you, is the licensee doesn't have to do anything else. They can allow them to go about their business.
So no, actually, once they notify us, and Supervisor Sullivan, if you'd like to weigh in, he actually oversees our field services and all the service calls that come in. And so he probably could answer that a little bit better.
Okay.
Ryan Sullivan for the record. Yeah, this just gives them, just like if any other crime was committed on their property, so whether it was this or a fraud act or cheating, anything like that, it requires them to notify us 24 hours a day. And then we could discuss it with our, you know, staff could discuss it at the time and make the appropriate, which would likely be, we respond out there and we immediately begin our investigation like the chair stated.
If you don't have anyone to get out there right away, presumably you would tell that to the property, and then the property would have to tell that person to leave. Like, but if you can, is it the preference of the division to contact that person if possible, if staffing permits?
That is correct, Chair. Yes, because it is a gross misdemeanor for them to step foot on property. So if we could go down there and immediately start our investigation, just like stated with, you know, having the witnesses present, being able to positively ID, we have better chance of prosecution versus having to go back and try to start an investigation, you know, at a later time.
Understood. I just wanted, from a manpower standpoint, I just wasn't sure if you would always be available, but if you can, you know, kind of walk them through on the phone to say, hey, we don't have anybody, but can you go ahead and trespass them or hold, whatever it is that you want them to do, you can direct them at that point.
Yes, and just like when they call us for, you know, any kind of crime that's occurring, especially if it's a gaming related crime, you know, they're gonna have to follow their own policies and procedures they have in place at the property. But our senior agents, again, we're 24/7 here in Las Vegas, so they could usually walk them through. Hopefully we could respond. Hopefully we have the staffing to do that and we can respond out. If not, we could make a game plan, whether we're going to respond down at a later time, if they're going to call local law enforcement, and then we'll follow up with that. I mean, there's going to be some different routes, but at least we're aware of what's going on. And I could tell you, if it is an individual from, you know, the Black Book, our list of excluded persons, we're going to do everything in our power, no matter what time of day, to respond out.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, can we confirm there's not a staffing issue here, correct? I mean, no, there's not a additional staffing requirement to do this?
No, I would be shocked.
No, that's correct. It's part of our normal mission today, and we do juggle and balance things well. I think this is really important for the industry to know to call us immediately, and I think it even increases the education for those security professionals based on scenarios when they're speaking to someone over the phone that's educated, and we know how we're going to respond. And so I think it's really a good thing for all parties.
Excellent, thank you.
It's like the 33 most wanted. Just haven't, I mean, I forget how many are on the list now. Yeah.
37.
37, my bad. Okay. Does anyone else have any did I ask for public comment? No. Okay.
I asked a question.
Okay, I'm sorry. Just getting tired as the day goes on. So do any of the commissioners have any additional questions or comments? Is there anyone present that wishes to make public comment related to these proposed regulation changes that were given to us, and the draft date is December 9th, 2025? There appears to be no one present here or in Carson City to make public comment, and therefore it would appear ripe for a motion.
I move to adopt the proposed amendments to NGC Regulations 28 and 28.090 as presented in the Nevada Gaming Control Board's draft dated December 9th, 2025, to become effective immediately upon adoption.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in the next regulation item?
The final regulation item is regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 5.260 as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Ed McGaw with the Nevada Attorney General's Office here today to present the proposed amendments to NGC Regulation 5.260. This regulation addresses cybersecurity. In addition to myself, Christy Torgerson, Chief of the Board's Enforcement Division, is present here today, and we would be happy to answer any questions the commissioners may have. You should have before you a draft dated December 4th, 2025. If accepted by the commission today, the proposed amendments would become effective.
I'm
upon
sorry, did you
adoption.
say fourth or ninth? Fourth?
I have 4th.
I have ninth.
It's just for.
Oh, maybe I'm looking at the wrong one. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yep, December 4th. My bad. Thank you.
It's been clarified. Okay, moving on. A workshop on the proposed amendments was held before the Nevada Gaming Control Board on December 4th, 2025. For the record, I incorporate by reference the presentation I provided at that workshop. In my presentation today, I will briefly go through each substantive change and then turn it over to Chair Dreitzer for his comments on the proposed regulation. If the commissioners have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask. The first proposed amendment is to NGC Regulation 5.260 subsection 2 to add definitions for board, chair, and cybersecurity incident response plan to the regulation. It further changes the term cyber attack to cybersecurity incident. This is at the suggestion of the industry during the workshop. The next proposed amendment is to NGC Regulation 5.260 subsection 4 paragraph A, which changes the requirements from a written notification to just a notification and reduces the time period for a covered entity to make that notification from 72 hours down to 24 hours. The next proposed amendment is the addition of a new paragraph B to subsection 4 of NGC Regulation 5.260. This change imposes a requirement on covered entities to complete and submit an initial cybersecurity incident response report within 5 calendar days of activating the response procedures detailed in their cybersecurity incident response plan. And they given the option in lieu of such a written report, a covered entity can request an in-person meeting with the chair within the provided 5-day calendar period. If an in-person meeting is opted for, the covered entity must still prepare the initial cybersecurity incident response but it has 30 days from the initial reporting requirement deadline to submit that to the board. The next proposed amendment adds a new paragraph C to subsection 4 of NGC Regulation 5.260 to impose a requirement that a covered entity provide the board with written updates regarding the cyber incident every 30 days from the initial reporting date until the cyber incident is fully resolved and documented. Finally, in that proposed amendment, it adds a proposed amendment to add flush language to subsection 4 of NGC Regulation 5.260 is proposed, which adds a provision allowing the chair to waive or modify the requirement imposed in subsection 4. With that, I conclude my affirmative presentation and ask the commission to adopt the proposed amendments as presented in the draft dated December 4th, 2025, with an effective date upon adoption. At this time, I will turn it over to Chair Dreitzer for his comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. McGaw. So this is the last of the proposed regulation changes for today. There'll be more in March and more in April. And it has been noted earlier, this very much is a significant effort, concerted effort across board staff as well as commission staff, Mr. Torres, and the AG's office. So it should be noted that everybody did a lot to get these before you here today. As to this specific regulation change, first and foremost, it was important for the board that the notification of the cybersecurity incident happened within 72 hours, within 24 hours. 72 hours in practice was just too long. So we had to change that to 24 hours. That's the first piece. And then with respect to best practice, we modified the reporting requirements for the licensees thereafter to comport with what we now understand as best practice. Previously, the reg itself did not comport with best practice, and it caused a lot of confusion and frankly consternation on the part of the licensees because they would have to potentially provide a written a response before they were ready or prepared to do so. So the way that this is drafted, this deals with all of that. We had some significant input from licensees and other experts in the field of cybersecurity, and we ended up with the reg before you. So again, streamlining and modernizing regulations, and this is, we think, again, comports with best practice in this area as well. Thank you.
So in your mindset, when you're, this is just a curiosity question, not that I don't support the regulation as written, because this comes from folks a lot more experienced and smarter than I am on these issues. But I was just curious, the 5 calendar days after activating the response procedures, that's because if it were 5 days after the 24-hour notice or 5 days after the incident itself, that would be too soon, that they wouldn't have had a chance to do anything to tell you about in their response, because there could be a delay. And I was just curious, where is that because they said there's not enough for us to talk to you about after we let you know what happened until we kick in our response?
So let me say this, then I'll defer to Chief Torgerson. But yes, basically, there needs to be a little bit more time for them to be able to commit things to writing, because, you know, when we get the notice at 24 hours that it's happened, that's obviously was important to us that it's happened. Then it takes a period of time for them to assess the matter and be able to either report it in writing or alternatively in practice meet with the board prior to putting anything in writing, because the idea is they're still assessing the full scope of what's happened. So we met extensively with, again, industry participants as well as experts, and felt that this comports with it, that gives them enough optionality to have the time necessary to figure out what's going on before they commit to a report in writing.
Understood.
Chief Torgerson?
No, that was beautifully said. I think it took care of our concern about immediate notification, you know, within the 24 hours. We need to know what's going on with our licensees. And then it gives them a little bit more of accommodation to put together a more comprehensive piece for the first submittal. And then, you know, if they don't have the information at that time, we work with them and we do the 30-day updates, and we do come to a whole picture.
Yeah, it seems like it would be pretty simple for them to ask for a meeting and say, we have 5 teams working on it, 7 hour, 24 hours a day, and we just don't know the extent or whatever. It could be as simple as that, right? That first update after the 24 hour. I mean, I can imagine after 24 hours, they don't know a whole lot.
Agreed. Absolutely. And so the idea would be that they would just keep us going, keep us informed of what's going on is all it is. And then as they become more aware, they would commit it to writing within due course. So again, this made more sense. The existing regulation, I believe, caused confusion. As a practical matter, the licensees weren't per se following it because they were confused about how to do so. And this is an appropriate and responsible approach for them to give us the information we need, both real time, but at the same time giving them the opportunity to commit it to writing once they have sufficient information to do so.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone, do any of my fellow commissioners have any other questions or comments?
Not questions, no.
Commissioner Krolicki, do you have anything? I can't see you on the screen. I'm sorry.
No, that all makes great sense to me. I appreciate the effort and the industry input. It's practical.
Okay, is there anyone present that wishes to make public comment on this proposed regulation change? And there being no one in Carson City who are here in Las Vegas, it would appear to be a proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move to adopt the proposed amendments to NGC Regulation 5.260 as presented in the Nevada Gaming Control Board recommended draft dated December 4th, 2025, to become effective upon adoption.
All right, any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And are there any, did I
Aye.
hear you? I'm sorry. Okay, so Commissioner Krolicki voted in the affirmative and there are none opposed. Thank you very much. We appreciate everything you all have done.
Well done.
And you couldn't possibly spoon feed it to us any better than you do. It's
Well done.
It's exceptional.
Thank you so much for hearing so many of them today.
Thank you.
If you like that, we can do more next month.
Yeah. As long as you keep up the quality of presentation and explaining everything and giving us all the changes. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, I believe next on our agenda are the administrative reports. Chair Dreitzer.
Thank you very much, Chair Togliatti. The February Gaming Control Board meeting will be a one-day meeting held Wednesday, February 11th, with the non-restricted agenda beginning at 9 a.m. We're anticipating 11 non-restricted items for the agenda. The restricted agenda will begin at 1 p.m., at which time we're expecting an additional 13 items. Additionally, we will have a reg workshop beginning at 3 p.m. that day.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything from our Attorney General today?
No, Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, I think that means we close with our last agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
First, going to Carson City. Is there anyone present in Carson City who wishes to make public comment? Please step forward to the podium. It appears there is no one present in Carson City to make public comment. Here in Las Vegas, is there anyone present that wishes to make public comment? There is no one present here in Las Vegas that wishes to make public comment, and that will close our public comment section. This concludes the Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of January. We are adjourned.
Thank you.